Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to this session of Isles of Iverion called Pain. It's great to be here. Great to finally dive back into this game because I think after this week, granted we're playing on a Friday, which I know is weird. I know that last I had said anything, I said we wouldn't be playing at all before the new year. That's me. I'm a big liar guy. I lie all the time, so sorry about that. I apologize in advance. I know that none of us here are upset about that. It just worked out. But after today, we should be back to consistent play. I know there's going to be a couple of sessions in the future that are going to be missing a few players, like one or two at a time, but that's okay. You know, obviously, as long as we're only missing one, we will press forward. Business as usual there. But yeah, so let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive into the last session of 2022 from RWA. And we are back. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. Instead, I have my players do the summary. So this week on summary is...
It's me.
It's Ryan.
It's me. I wasn't sure if you were looking it up. Well, I wasn't sure if Joe was going to say Ryan or not.
Nope. It's up to you to claim it. That is an honor for you to claim. Sword in the stone style.
Nice.
All right.
Well,
good luck.
Thanks. I'll just go completely off of memory. I didn't write anything down. All right. Book 6. No, that's a lie. Book 6, Chapter 9, Echoes of the Past. The Forerunners move further into the corpse of the dead god, prepared to battle the cosmic horror that is guarding the threads they need. After an intense fight, Lila is able to retrieve one of the threads, and the group is eventually able to flee from the cosmic horror and head through the teleporters to return to Ephron's ship. However, despite everyone stepping through the teleporters, the group soon realizes that Yorick seems to have not traveled with them. Meanwhile, Yorick finds himself teleported to a strange land, a large ruin in a desert-like area. Across from him stood a cloaked figure adorning a mask, Azrio. The two speak, discussing Macavia and Yorick's relationship with the being. Azrio recognized the evil that he had created in his worshippers, and destroyed himself by slaying the Emperor and his council. Wishing to do some good before he passes, Azrio tells Yorick that the wheel needs to be destroyed if the Dark One is to be defeated. He offers the last piece of his divine power in a crystal to Yorick, wanting him to use it when it was most needed. Yorick remains with Azrio as he fades away, seeing his true face for a few moments before he fades. Not that that means anything to Yorick. But anyways, Yorick teleports back to the party and explains what Azrio said, though keeping the personal details to himself for now. The group decides to move forward and rescue Emerald, believing that he can illuminate this issue far more. The group separates to rest as they travel to the City of Pain. Yorick speaks of Lila, offering his opinion on who she is as a person and defining her as a heroic individual who inspires others to be better. He also opens up to Lila about what exactly happened with Azrio and his conflicted feelings on what happened between them. Lila reminds Yorick that she will always support him as he makes the same promise to her. Yorick also cautions Lila on Belle's recent developments. Nalfi and Yuri speak about their relationship, deciding that they have different priorities that they must focus on rather than their future together for the time being. Lila goes on to speak with Belle, following up on Yorick's concerns. She does a bit of digging and learns that Belle has actually stolen the sword that Emerald placed in the Hearthcrest vault at the prompting of a voice that sounded like her but was not her. Belle took the blade, but did everything she could to not follow further instructions. She brought it to the Astral Sea instead of taking it to the Accursed Isle as the sword seemed to want, or the voice seemed to want. The sword is neither good nor evil, but instead desires the success of what its wielder wishes. Lila insists that Belle and her tell the party, something that Belle is resistant to, but eventually agrees. The party is informed, and discussions about the weapon are had, with the decision mainly reaching that Emerald needs to be spoken to, as the party was uncertain which Emerald dropped off the blade at Hearthcrest. With that done, the party continues their travel to the City of Pain.
Alrighty, exactly. Thank you very much. So with that, we will go ahead and pick up right from there. Obviously, all of you, after your conversation with Belle and after the final few moments of the session, you all take a long rest.
Woo-hoo!
Nice.
Woo!
So there we go. All the pain and turmoil from the City of Corpses, you can rest from that that physical stress and ready yourself for the physical stress of the City of Pain, whatever may await there. As I said yesterday, or not, wow, as I said last time we played, you all have 3 days total. So 1 day has been spent after your brief talking after leaving and your rest. Now you have 2 more days within the ship before you arrive in the City of Pain. It is of worth note, though, that as you are traversing through the astral sea, the ambient temperature is definitely increasing. Where most of the time in the astral sea, it is a very comfortable temperature, not too cold, not too hot. It's about 60 degrees Fahrenheit or about 15 or 16 degrees Celsius. So it's not really that cold, not really that hot. It's a nice ambient temperature. But the closer you're getting to the City of Pain, the warmer it's getting. And just in this first day, it's gone up to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit or about 26 degrees Celsius.
That's a jump. Okay.
It is like a 20-degree hike. It is getting much hotter. And 80 is still not uncomfortable, right? It's because it's like ambient. It's not dry or like damp. It's just neutral and it's just warm. So it's like being in a heated house that's just a little too hot where you're like, this is fine. This is okay. Ugh. But that is where you're at now. So it is a little bit warmer. You can tell there are, in the distance, you can see like those heat waves beginning to form as you get closer and closer to the City of Pain. So with that, as all of you are waking up in this next morning, there are a few things of your for your attention. I will say that whenever you're ready, the 3 members of the Hidden Flame, Rice, Kaylin, and Phelan, they are all ready to speak whenever. They seem to have recovered a fair amount. And then Ephraim also has something that he'd like to discuss with the party whenever all of you find the time to do so. He said it wasn't pressing or important, just whenever you all get the time to meet with him together, that he would appreciate it before you get to the City of Pain. So there are those 2 things at your leisure, but unless there's something else you guys want to do all together, or individually, I leave it up to you. What are you doing?
Thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, York's going to try and find Yuri at some point during the trip.
Okay. You're ready to see, as you're waking up in the morning, or as you're waking up from your rest, I guess that's the best way to phrase it. Waking up from your rest, what does her morning routine look like on this little spicy day?
This particular spicy day. She gets up. I think she doesn't sleep a whole lot because she's she's an elf. ASMR. How much does she sleep, Joe?
It's like 4 hours.
Okay. She probably spends quite a bit of time. You know what? She's gonna do her thing. She's gonna go up to the deck and she's gonna spend quite a bit of time with Lucky, kind of like meditating probably, and like thinking a lot on the Dawnbreaker staff and on the spear. But if Yorick comes and finds her, it's obvious that like she's troubled by a lot of things and she's trying to meditate kind of through it, but there's that occasional kind of twitch of like she's struggling to focus on things.
Okay. Yorick, right before you get there, as you were to see you're kind of meditating and focusing, Lucky is going to be like, oh, hey.
Hi, yeah?
What are you doing?
I'm meditating.
What's meditating?
it's like it's kind of thinking on something and trying to be mindful, and you know what, I'm not completely sure. I'm just trying to think about things in a way that doesn't make me more anxious about them, I
Oh.
guess.
Why are things making you anxious?
Well, I'm just trying, I don't know, because there's a lot of pressure and weight around a lot of things, and that kind of pressure can make people anxious because you don't want to mess things up, you know? And
Oh.
I don't know, it feels like I should be doing things right, and if I don't do things right, it could have consequences, so I don't want to get it wrong.
Oh, I get it. Like when I tried to turn into a human and everybody was weirded out by that.
Well,
I felt like I
mean,
had to do something right and then I didn't. And then everybody was either upset or sad.
oh, well, that's a bit different, because that wasn't particularly important, you know? And we weren't
Well,
bad.
I mean, I thought it was important, but
Oh, well, no,
I-
you're so good at turning into other things, though. Like, look at you, you're adorable as a big fluffy dog.
yeah, okay, thanks.
She, like, rubs his cheeks, like, look at you, you're so cute.
Ooh, ooh. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, if I can do anything to help, just let me know, and he'll just sit down next to you.
And she'll just pat his head.
So, Yorick, as you approach, you heard that last little bit there as she's patting his head, and you approach and you see her there.
Yeah, he's just gonna stroll on over. Hey, Yuri, Lucky.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm grand. And he's gonna sit just like a few feet across from you, and he's gonna assume like the same whatever. Like if there was like a special way she was sitting to meditate, he just takes up the same exact one.
She would have been sitting, like, I guess, like, cross-legged, probably.
Cool. Yorick does that.
Did you wanna meditate too, or what's up?
I did my meditation earlier, but thank you. No, I wanted to talk to you real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about what you brought up the other day, right? About,
Yeah.
you know, like titles and the Dawnbreaker and all that stuff. And I don't know, I just had a few kind of new insights that I thought you might be interested in. Might not, but you know, maybe.
I am interested, absolutely. Well, I mean, I came to you for advice and insights, so if you've got any new ones.
I mean, maybe you figured it out since. That would have been cool, but you haven't
No.
yet. Okay,
No,
fair
no.
enough. All right. So, there's two main things. One, so I mean, like, you were telling me that, like, you don't know... It seemed like you didn't know a ton about, like, what the other Dawnbreakers, like, did exactly, because you just said, like, oh, they were warriors for the light, and they were inspirational, and, like, it kind of pattered off after that, you know?
Yeah.
Which is fine, because, I mean, I don't know anything about them either. But it occurs to me, I mean, if you want to know more about them, I mean, and he just points right at Lucky, I mean, couldn't you just ask him?
That is a good point. Lucky, do you know much about the other... Do you remember much about the other Dawnbreakers?
Oh yeah, I know a fair bit. I remember quite a lot about him, actually. You know, I don't know. It's just you know, never really come up. And you know, you were just saying about how you felt anxious about things, and I didn't really think like then was a good point to bring it up. I just never found a good, you know, opportunity to talk about it. For a long time, I belonged to a dwarf guy, and then I was in that place, in a stone box with a coffin.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
he wasn't a Dawnbreaker.
Sarcophagus?
Yeah, sarcophagus. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I was there for, oh man, probably 800 or 900 years, I think. I don't know. You lose count.
Wow, that's a really long time.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just saying you could do that, but that brings me to point number 2. I don't think you necessarily should do that.
Okay.
I mean, it's So I mean, who chooses you to be the Dawnbreaker? The Nabir Tarman, or is it someone else? I forget.
I think it's like the creator sort of. Well, it's like a past. It's like a. I don't know if anyone necessarily chooses. It kind of just gets passed down, but not like through bloodlines or anything. Like it's just kind of someone.
I mean, if someone passed it on to you, then they chose you to pass it on too, right? Like they didn't just like throw it and you caught it randomly in a crowd.
Well, I don't know. I think it's kind of like you're like in a way chosen by the creator, sort of, or kind of. It like happens before you're even like born in a way.
Uh-huh.
So, I definitely didn't catch it because I wasn't there.
Well then, I guess let me ask you this: like, do you think it's more random, or do you think there's a reason you're the Dawnbreaker and it should be you? I mean, just a simple yes or no. You don't need to elaborate if that makes you uncomfortable.
Well, no, I think it's not like being the Dawnbreaker is tacked on to me as a separate thing. It feels like Dawnbreaker is more like, in a way, that kind of is me. Like, more like reincarnation, you know?
No. Elaborate.
Okay, it doesn't feel like being the Dawnbreaker is like an additional thing that I can put down or pick up, or like it's just another facet of me. Like that my hair is like auburn, or that I have this thing. It's more like that is me. You know? It feels more important than just a part of me.
Alright, well. So regardless, again, like, you being chosen, I mean... And Yar kind of thinks about how he's, like, trying to choose his words. Look, the world's changed, right? And, like, it's changed from day one. Like, the problems that we're facing change and they grow. And I think that maybe the Dawnbreaker's supposed to change with those times. Not like a complete 180 or anything crazy like that, but I'm just saying maybe looking to the past Dawnbreakers isn't the best idea, because maybe it's important for you to figure out what this time the world needs in a Dawnbreaker. And for you to do that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
'Cause
that does make sense.
Because I'm just saying, like, you know, if, like, you were telling me about how, you know, you were like, I feel like I have to be inspirational, but I'm no good at it, and I can't give speeches without writing it down. And, like, maybe that's totally fine. Like, maybe that's not what's needed of you right now, you know? Because, I mean, if that's what, like, the creator wanted, he could have picked someone that just was good at that, right? So, I mean, there's something about you that they want, right? Because otherwise, again, why you know? Am I explaining this well? I feel like I'm not explaining this well.
No, you are. You are explaining
good.
it well. It's more like, if I'm supposed to be the Dawnbreaker, then I should do the things that I'm good at, rather than trying to make myself into what I think the Dawnbreaker should be.
Yeah. At least it's the
Yeah.
way you can look at it. Because, I mean, what do I know? But it was just a thought I had.
I think you know quite a bit.
Oh, thank you. I didn't go to school like Lila did, so I think it's more street smarts than anything else.
I didn't really go to school like Lila did either. I did
Ah.
visit the library a few times, but
I wish I had. I had an education when I was, like, younger, you know, just for, like, reading and stuff, and I always really liked it. I would like to, like, explore that more and do more with that. Maybe when this is all over.
Yeah. That would be cool. I mean, going to the college properly and getting to study there. do what we want to do. That would be pretty cool.
But anyways, we're getting off base. I'm sorry, I go on tangents.
No,
But
you're good.
I'm just saying, I think you're worrying too much, you know? And like maybe that's a good thing because like worry helps you to like think and prepare and plan so like you don't get hurt, right? Like it's not a bad thing. But in terms of just like what you need to be, I mean, they picked you. You're doing good. Like you're helping the world. You're giving it a better chance more than most people. So I mean, you know, maybe you're already doing all the things that Dawnbreaker's supposed to be doing. And if you feel you need to do more, then maybe it's just more important for you to decide what it is you think you need to be doing and not what you think other people want you to be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming to me with these insights. It is actually really helpful.
You're welcome. And again, you know, it's just an opinion. If you want to talk to Lucky, sorry, we were talking about Lila earlier. I mean, if you want to talk to Lucky and, you know, ask about other Dawnbreakers, you know, no judgment here. It was just a gut feeling I have.
Oh, well. I trust your gut feeling, so.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Also, I am sorry, by the way, genuinely, about catching you in multiple fireballs and leaving you in tentacle arms and stuff. It's not personal. I just want you to know that. You were just very in the way.
Yeah. I mean, you did have other spells you could use, though.
Not as good ones.
Yeah, but not as harm your friends bad ones.
You're really flame resistant, aren't you?
I mean, it didn't hurt.
Great. So you can. It doesn't matter so much. That's fine. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Let's just not do that again, if that's fine with you.
How about you don't get in the way of my spells, and then I will try not to catch you in them.
I think one thing that's really interesting about this is you both are agreeing, but you're both not, and I'm very confused.
Yeah, me too.
But hey, at the end of the day, you both still like each other, right?
Yeah.
All right. And you're both still alive.
Yeah.
Right? Like, not responding immediately, Lorky looks to you and he's like, right?
He sees that York hasn't responded because York is reaching down and pinching himself. Yeah, still feel alive.
Yeah, Lucky's paw's like about to hit you to see if it goes through. Okay.
Yep, that's a pulse. There it is.
Okay, that's good. I was worried. I thought we had a ghost on the ship.
Nah, I mean, we probably do. Ghosts are everywhere. You just can't see them all the time.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No?
Oh. Sorry to shatter your worldview like that.
Well, that's all right.
Anyways,
Okay.
I'm going to leave you back to your meditation, just so you can continue to ponder and reflect.
Okay. Thank you. She looks like she's still a bit confused by the ghosts are everywhere. But yeah.
And York will just take off.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know, like he said with all the Dawnbreaker stuff, if you ever want to talk to him, you know, you just gotta let me know, and I'm sure that's something we could figure out.
Well, do you say talk to them? Like, about them? Or just figure it? What?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, Lucky.
You don't... Oh, that's right. You... Okay. So it's something that is a little strenuous, and it's something that can't be done too often. But one thing in particular that I can do sometimes is, what's the word? The thing that connects things? Anyway, I'm the thing that connects things between you and the other Dawnbreakers. So, I think that he does make a good point about you figuring out what you want to do and who you are. But also, it might not be a bad idea to try and talk to others. But also, you should try and figure out yourself first. But also, if you get confused in figuring out yourself, they might not be bad people to go to. Well,
Yeah.
but also, then it might cloud your view of yourself and you could try to be like them.
So you're saying yes but don't, but yes but don't?
No. Unless you want to.
Okay. I will consider it, and if I get really stuck, I'll ask you to help me bridge that gap, I guess, and speak to them.
Bridge!
I'm bringing that up now.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job, buddy.
Oh, thank you. Words aren't my strong suit. I'm really good at, powerful magic. But that's because I'm an artifact that was created not to speak as a dog, but to cleanse shadow, I think? I don't know. I just do what I'm pointed to go attack. Except with you.
Well, yeah, you can be your own best self.
I don't feel like my best self, but I feel like myself.
Okay, well, that's good enough.
Oh, right. Lucky will sit down.
Okay.
All right. Cool. So with that, all of you, we cut away from that meeting in particular. The rest of you sit aboard the ship. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nalfian has a thing.
Okay. Nalfian, we cut to you. What do you want to do?
He's gonna go find Lila. Wherever she is.
Where's Lila at?
Oh, it's still okay, she's doing her, what would be a morning routine, probably, if it's, when we're just done resting. So she's probably, scrunching her hair with whatever she could find of products or some shit. Doing the eyebrows.
I love her. Okay. So yeah, he'll just kind of, I guess she's in her bunk.
Cabin area?
Cabin?
Yeah, bunk.
Yeah. So he'll kind of peek in, and as she's doing her eyebrows, he'll probably say, I mean, if you want to do mine next, you can.
For real, I've been waiting to get that, unibrow for you.
He looks at you mortified for a second.
I'm kidding. But I would love to do that.
Alright.
You don't have a unibrow. It's all good. You have two brows.
Kind of breathes in slowly. Right. So, we'll get on that next. But do you have a few moments?
Yeah, for sure.
Alright. And I'll enter the room. So... something that I'm probably going to have a conversation with, Eurydice and Yorick at a different time about, but I wanted to start here just because of something that happened in the City of Life. Now I want you to understand everything that I am about to say. I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm not trying to be a hero or make a big deal out of anything. If there ever comes a time where a sacrifice needs to be made, and we have choice in that, it can't be you. Don't put yourself in that position. When that thing was so readily asking us which of us are ready to sacrifice ourselves, whatever its double meaning it was there, you very much readily stepped up. And in any other circumstance, that's great, and I admire you for being willing to do that. It takes a strong person being willing to sacrifice themselves for everybody else. And for you joining on this crazy fucked up adventure, being willing to do that, it means a lot. But I need you to live, Lila. I need you to live because you, Yorick, and Eurydice, Blossom, you all have so much to teach and to learn and to give to Twig. I don't know how to be a lady. I don't know how to do the whole kingdom thing. You do. And if you're not there to help her with that, there's not a lot of people that I think she trusts to do so. So if there's a day that comes where somebody needs to step up and take the bullet, I suppose, please let me do it. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to take away what you've done. I think it's great. I think it's amazing and something you should be proud of. But I have to keep all of you alive.
Now, Finn. Teachers are very important. And great teachers, students will never forget. They shape who you become immensely. But teachers come and go, as they should. A teacher's not meant to be there with someone for the rest of their life. And there's lots of them for a reason. I've had a lot of teachers, and each one, every math teacher brought me something different about math. Every language teacher brought me something different about whatever language I was learning. But you know one thing that you may have, some people may have more than one of, but each one is immensely irreplaceable, is a father. And as someone who's had a very strained relationship with her parents, I wouldn't trade them because they're mine. I love Twig. I love everybody. But I'll be damned if she loses another father. So I'm sorry, but I can't do that.
I had a feeling you'd say that. He smiles. Alright, well, thank you, first of all. Second of all, now that this was ever in question, let's just try our best to keep everyone alive then.
Absolutely. No one... If any of us can help it, no one's going to die.
We'll put a pin in this conversation.
I think the conversation's closed, personally.
We'll revisit it at a later date.
I mean, you can revisit it in your mind, but I have nothing else to say, so...
Also, just keep an eye on Eurydice as well. We had a conversation, and I don't know how well she took that conversation.
I noticed she seemed a little upset when we were all on the deck yesterday.
Yeah. I don't want to... I know where my line of sight has to be. I just don't want to lose the friendship that we have either. But I think what was said was for the best. I also, this is something I think we all need to discuss as a group. Going into the City of Pain, I mean, we all heard what Aventahala said.
Yeah.
I think we all have to tap into a side of ourselves that maybe for some of us we didn't know we had, or for some of us we have to revisit. So.
No, I agree. I'm extremely nervous. But no, you're right. There's some things we should try to change, and there's some things that it actually is better for the greater good if we don't, even if it doesn't feel like it in the moment. I don't know, I'm not familiar with these spaces. You're Eurydice definitely are. So this will be very new for me, but I agree, is guess what I'm trying to say.
If things get to the point where you feel a certain kind of way, just let me know and I will do what I can to help. But the key, I guess, is something that I've been working on too, is remembering where that line of sight has to be. Unfortunately, in the business that we're doing, we can't save everyone, no matter how hard or how much we want to. And here, we take the risk. If we try to change something, we could ruin our course, and hundreds, if not thousands, of more lives will be lost, in order just to save a few. And it's cold and callous to think that way, but that's the way we have to think. You have to shut off your heart to everything that you see. And bury it deep down. We'll process it later. But when we go in, you have to shut all of those emotions off. I'm not worried so much about Yorick. Something tells me he's seen quite a bit. Eurydice too, but she's like you. You two care a lot. And it's going to be tough. I'd rather Twig not even go, but she's vital to everything we do. But if you feel any cracking under that pressure, please don't hesitate to say something.
Okay.
We can talk more with everyone.
When you shut that off, what do you think about?
I think it's different for everyone. But I put my mind somewhere completely different. Somewhere where it's safe. Somewhere where things are happy and peaceful. And it's almost as if my body is on autopilot, but my mind is completely separate. I say and do what I need to get through it. But in here, points to his head, miles away. So if I'm there, and it seems as though I'm not there, it's because I'm not. It's better where I'm at. So if you can think of a moment in your life where you have felt at home, at peace, and most importantly, safe, you can take yourself there. Might not be a bad idea.
She'll nod.
You can do this. You're pretty strong.
Pretty strong?
moderately strong.
She'll squint.
You're pretty strong. You can do this. It is going to be hard though, and I just don't want to set you up for failure. But I want you to know it's also okay to ask for help.
Yeah.
So these eyebrows, there's really not a unibrow, right?
No, there really isn't. It'd be
Okay.
really obvious with your white hair. So
He will sit down for her to pamper his face.
she will begin to work on his eyebrows and say, "So why were you so enthusiastic about Zevran when you weren't as enthusiastic about Alistair? Enlighten me."
Alright. This is not my place to say at all. Yeah. Alistair reminded me way too much of myself. I'll start there. Not a fan. I do not want to go back to that time, and I cringe to think that I used to act like that.
I really wish I would have seen some of that.
No you do not. Zevran, though, he's very intelligent. He is kind. He knows when to shut up. He knows when to put his foot down. He knows when to speak up. And nothing like myself, what I used to be. But I also think that there's something else there. I mean, have you not noticed? Like,
What do you
opens
mean?
one eye. I mean, the prolonged eye contact, the looking away when you look his way, the compliments, kind of always there when you're there. No!
I mean, I don't know. I just have had a lot on my mind. I guess I haven't noticed.
It's fair.
It's been just so much going on. I'm actually kind of worried about him.
You
I
think
mean-
he's not prepared for all this?
I'm not. How could he be?
Maybe it would do some good if you had a conversation with him.
I
As a
was
friend.
already I was already kind of thinking about that.
I think seeing someone like you, Lila, who has come from the background that you have, and then to be thrust into a life like this, and I mean, to excel so quickly, to be as fearless, being so self-sacrificing, I think he would really appreciate your advice.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I just wanted to hear you say I was cut out for all this, so.
I never doubted you for a moment.
Pretty strong, moderately strong. Sounds like there's a little bit of doubt there.
There was never a doubt in my mind that you could do this. This is why you have to stay alive and let me take the shots.
That's why I have to keep you alive.
Layla, I promise you, I am not going anywhere anytime soon. I'm very hard to kill.
I know. Just really keep in mind what I said. I'm really honored that you want to make sure not just all of us, but like me, and you see how much value or what value I bring, but and not just to Twig, but to everybody, but really,
Well, it's true.
parents should be there.
Well, like I said, I don't think any of us are going anywhere anytime soon if we can help it.
I agree. And I have diamonds, so...
Well, great. I will keep that in mind when I am knocking at death's door.
It's already happened.
We're gonna pretend like it hasn't.
But no, your eyebrows are actually really nice. You have a really good arch, too, so...
Man, the proverbial hair flip that Alfian would do right in this moment. Yeah, now we'll just embrace the eyebrow beauty.
Gotta
Just
look
kinda-
fresh when we go to the city of pain.
Okay. Wonderful. So, eyebrows cleaned up. As the two of you break away from your conversation, who's next? Who's doing something else?
I mean, Lila will talk to Zevran before we go into the City of Pain, but that doesn't have to be today. That can also be tomorrow if we want to just do the big group combos. It's up to everybody else. Or the DM, whatever you feel is most storyline better. What? That's not the
I
words.
was gonna say, Yuri be pushing for us to do the thing with the hidden flame soon.
We can do that then.
Let's talk to them.
I will just
What
say
are they all
also
about?
this day, it's not a conversation, so that's why I'm butting in here real quick. But Twig does want to be keeping an eye on that Oracle lady, you know, just see what she's up to. Like, it's just sitting there, like,
Yeah.
what are the vibes?
No, she's below deck, and she's just been meditating this whole time, just sitting there.
And and I feel like, obviously, since she's blind, Twig feels a lot safer about it, so I don't even think she's being cautious half the time. Like, she's just saying, like, you know, a decent bit away so she won't be able to see. But, yeah. She's just gonna check on her every now and again, just to catch any weird vibes if she can.
No, about as stale as a saltine. Or bland as a saltine, sorry.
Still
Stale?
like squinted eyes. She doesn't trust it, but, you know,
Yeah.
she'll get it eventually.
Just
She'll see something.
hardcore
She'll catch
staring at this blind woman.
it. She'll catch it. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, that's all.
Okay. I'll let you know if you see anything.
Thanks.
When she fucks up and like picks up a cup without having to feel around for it first. Like, ah, fucking do it.
Damn. That's really fucking funny.
Alrighty. So, with that, we come to our Hidden Flame members. So, all of you gather up deck first because there was something you wanted to talk about beforehand before you went to go talk to them, or was that just using Zone of Truth and that was it?
It was pretty much just we wanted to use Zone of Truth to make sure they told the truth when we asked them questions.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then all of you can head down below deck, and yeah, I guess it's just they're all sort of clustered together. They're kind of talking back and forth to one another, getting their bearings and collecting themselves. But whoever would like to spearhead the conversation can do so. They're ready to talk.
Cool. Wait, you wanna go?
Lara was gonna open up and be like, "Hi, nice to meet you all. Really glad you're awake. This isn't supposed not to be what's the word? Already out the gate kind of untrusting, but we are gonna cast Zone of Truth. Hope that's fine."
And you can see the white-haired elf, much older in appearance. He sort of nods and he says, "Well, yes, I was mostly expecting that. In fact, I was going to ask if Kaylin or Faye. Oh my goodness, sorry. It's been a minute since we played, especially since these characters haven't done anything yet. I was actually going to ask if I myself would be allowed to do the same thing to all of you. Of course, I'm appreciative that all of you saved us. We all are, but you have to understand where we're coming from. A ship with as many people as you have, and regardless of what artifact, gesturing towards Yuri, whatever artifact she may carry, you have to understand that powerful artifacts, even connected to the Creator, they can still be stolen. So provided all of you were all right with it, I was going to cast Zone of Truth on all of you as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
That works for me.
All right. And you can see that he has several rings on his fingers, and as he kind of clicks them together, the sigils begin to appear in his hand as he just kind of throws it down on the ground. And all of you willingly fail the saving throw.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. Lila will
I can
cast
level,
it.
I won!
Lila will cast it as well. Again, kind of more like constellation-y star magic that's kind of like just kind of shoots out around in a symbol on the ground.
You can see Rise notes that. A follower of Corellian, then?
That's correct.
Ah.
And I'm not lying.
Yeah. And you can see when you say that, Rise does look back towards Phelan, the more androgynous elf with that metal arm and the sort of pale white skin, blue eyes, and that sort of blue to teal hair. Kind of looks up at that with piqued interest. Well, very good. So please let me get started with, I think, the most obvious question that all of us are most interested in. Are any of you dark friends?
Nope.
No?
I think we count as the opposite of anything.
Nope. What about you?
No. And you can see Kaylin, she says, Kaylin, she goes, no. And then Phelan, no, I'm not a dark friend. Lila, they're all telling the truth.
Are you a dark acquaintance at all?
No, I'm not a dark
Jason?
acquaintance either. No,
How
and
grey are you?
we are staunchly against the dark one. All right.
Okay.
Are you
That's
a dark
good enough for me.
acquaintance?
Nah.
Nose a hat. Anyway.
Okay. So you are
Waits a moment. No.
you are very confident that neither one of these three are lying. All right.
Good start.
Well, great beginning. Well, that was all I cared to know initially. I'm sure if anything, all of you have more questions than we have questions for you then. So please, proceed. We'd be more than happy to answer anything you may ask. It's the least we can do for all of you saving us.
Well, yeah. By the way, hi. Dawnbreaker Eurydice Greenleaf. It's really nice to meet you.
Oh, and you can see that, like, with you telling the truth and being genuine and honest, he kind of...
Damn, she threw it out there.
Well, it is a great honor to meet another Dawnbreaker. It's been a very, very, very long time since we've been able to grace the presence of one blessed by the Creator, but it is a great honor to meet you, Dawnbreaker Eurydice. You can see Rise, Kaylin, and Phelan, they all give a small bow of their heads to you.
Well, yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. This is Lucky. She gestures at, he might have been a spear, but if he was, he'll become the Golden Retriever. So this is Lucky. He's the Dawnbringer, but we call him Lucky. So you've met another Dawnbreaker.
And you can see he like is just a gawk at this shape-shifting dog to spear. Yes, I have. It was a very long time ago, if I'm being entirely honest. I believe we've lost count of how long we've been in the Astral Sea, but my best guess would be anywhere between 800 to 900 years we've been trapped here.
Well,
Oh,
what
wow.
did you
leave the material plane then?
We would have left, I think around year 985, I think was the year.
Right. Well, it's 1908 currently.
Oh my!
Um,
That is quite some time. I've been trying to do my best to count, and I hope that I was wrong. Oh. And you see him, there's a sadness that washes over his face as he kind of sits down on a cot behind him.
What? Were you guys on a mission? Was someone supposed to come back for you? What was going on?
We were senior recruits of the Hidden Flame. We had all three of us been around for quite some time, and we had heard stirrings of some strange darkness beginning to form outside of the primaterial plane and those easily accessible through planar rifts. As I'm sure all of you know from having traveled here, there is very intense magic that goes into getting into the astral sea safely. And at the time, that magic, that technology, was something that we weren't quite advanced enough to do safely. But being the valiant and dedicated people we were, we decided that we would, worst comes to worst, sacrifice ourselves to try and discover what this darkness was growing in this faraway place. Sadly, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, when we attempted to break through, the device that allowed us to travel here and was supposed to allow us to travel back, due to the intense arcane magic, it disintegrated. So we had no way to traverse back. And no way to communicate with the material plane. As I'm sure all of you know, spells like sending very rarely ever work. And if they do, they might be muddled or broken upon arriving in a different plane. And then, shortly after we arrived, we tried to investigate this darkness, going throughout the majority of the astral sea attempting to find it, only to find nothing but constant attack from vampirates, monstrous asteroids with faces that screeched and screamed as they passed, these massive monstrous dreadnoughts wandering throughout the sea, and after a short duration we got unlucky enough to get stuck in the plane of frost. Well, in the where all of you found us. We were there for probably 600 or 700 years just floating. It was strange. I just felt so uncaring and unfeeling to everything around me. I didn't want to leave, I just wanted to move. It was very strange. And eventually we rammed ourselves into that rock you found us on, and we just laid there, freezing, unable to die from the cold. It just preserved us, I suppose. Not that food or drink is something you need here, and all of us quickly discovered. So, that is how we ended up here, and that's how you found us, I suppose, and why you found us where we were.
I just want to ask everybody a question from Felicity. Just so I remember it. We I mean, Isles is aware that Emerald is the head, or the good Emerald at least, is the head of the Hidden Flame, or is that just something SC knows?
I don't know if we're aware of that.
Okay.
I don't think it's come up. So I think most of our engagement with like children or hidden was after we've really talked with Emerald. So I don't know if there would have been time for it to come up.
Okay.
We didn't
I
see
couldn't
anything
remember.
in his little sanctuary thing with all of the chests and stuff and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
unless
nothing
there's an
about it.
indication there, because we did snoop around.
There would be indication that he was connected. I don't think it came up that he was a leading member of the Hidden Flame, though.
Right.
Okay.
But you know that he's
But
connected to it.
we also know he's old as balls, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Cool. Because I didn't want to ask a question and be like, wait a second, we shouldn't know that. Lila will say, I'm so sorry for your loss. That, I mean, just not existing in the timeline that you were meant to, that must be really hard on top of how much you had to wait to even be rescued. And I'm definitely not trying to, move past that or anything. I just have so many follow-up questions. Have you guys heard of a man known as Emerald at all?
Yes, Solvis, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
was the name I knew him by. He was a new recruit of the Hidden Flame when I had first, when we were preparing to leave.
That's it.
Rather gifted. In fact, the only reason he was recruited into the Hidden Flame is because he ascended the steps of Nabir Tarman, came down with a piece of that flame. So,
Okay. And like, just so I make sure I heard this right. These people are from a different timeline.
no.
No. Okay, they're from our timeline.
Yeah, just a little bit
First
less
time.
than 1,000 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Continue.
And so, because of that, obviously piqued our interest enough, and through the right channels, recruited him, had him join our ranks. Incredibly talented sorcerer and mage, and obviously one who had a very, very strong and close connection to that flame. In fact, I think as far as I know, some recruits were jealous of him, almost. But then again, not
Yeah.
every day do you find someone who's that closely connected to the light.
Yeah, I thought not many people were able to climb the steps.
No, I believe, if memory serves me right, he was one of 4 to do so. At least known, of course. The Tower of Nabir Taman had been standing long before Bromsgrove was ever made. In fact, I'm sure that now Bromsgrove probably doesn't even exist anymore. Back when we were around, it was a small fishing village outside of the tower, a place for people to stop and drink before looking upon the
it
wonder.
exists. It's
Oh,
a rather large. It's its own city-state actually now.
so there are nations and cities that have survived since we left.
Joe, how much would Lila know of, like, how much the map of the world has shifted within the last thousands of years?
The only nation that has stayed even vaguely similar in the last 1,000 years has been that of Odero and Tarkir.
Okay.
Macavia has shifted a lot. In fact, probably like 1,000 years ago, or like 900 years ago, it was like hundreds of small kingdoms that were like a collective that like trade and parlayed. And then there was like 500 years ago, there was the conquest and the Azrio, and then like 15 years ago, it all collapsed. So it's changed a lot.
All right, with as brief of a summary as she can give about like the rough like changes, she'll like kind of inform them a little bit. I mean, we don't have to go too deep into it. Just like, yeah, things are different now, and this is roughly what it looks like. And actually, you know what? She might just show them a map. That might even be easier. Of like, this is actually what it looks like now, and you guys can gather the rest.
Well then, Iverion, is it?
Yeah, she's new.
Was it conquest that fell the Altinian Empire?
Does she have knowledge of that?
Yeah, in fact, when he says that, most of the party probably would recognize that, except for Lila and Yorick. So I guess the three of you.
Yeah.
The Altinian Empire
He
was.
tore himself apart, right? That's what happened.
Yeah, the
Nalf doesn't
infighting.
know any of this shit. He's just like, yes.
Well, no, Nalfian, you were a part of this. This was that island with the Dragonborn and the elf and the.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that was part of the Altinian Empire. That was the seat of power of the Altinian Empire.
Okay, hoofta. All right, let me get my brain working.
Yeah.
I don't think that place was really built to last. I think it more so tore itself apart.
Well, I appreciate the information, but next time, maybe don't lead with, I don't think it was built to last. The Empire stood for 800 years before I left.
Well, I didn't mean it in any way like that.
I understand. It's just,
I'm sorry.
it's all right. We knew when we left that we might not return.
Were you from that empire then?
I was, yes.
Oh.
It was my home for
That's
150 years before I joined in with the Hidden Flame.
There's actually still someone, I guess, from that time, though. She was able to leave from the island she was basically trapped in, but I guess that means you're not the last one.
Well, I suppose that's good to know. You met this individual.
We did. We happened to travel to the island where she was.
What was their name?
Sorry, this is me. I cannot find it in my notes. I can't spell Atinian, and this is the problem.
It's Velitha. Ginvalur.
Get there real quick.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah, it's the
I was
one that
like
Gemma
trying to
couldn't
search
say.
around and everything. Oh, it's got an
Right.
L in there. That's why. Okay.
I don't think I could say it either. I kept saying the wrong name all the entire
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Do we know how old she was? Because I remember she did say, but I didn't write it down.
Real
Oh,
fucking
man.
old.
She was born at
That
the
would
fall
be,
of the
yeah.
Empire, so I believe that would have been, oh god, off the top of my head, oh my goodness, old.
But it would have been after his time.
After his time,
is
yeah.
the main thing. Yeah.
Well, we met someone called Velitha
Genvalor.
Genvil. Yeah.
Genvalor?
Ah.
Well, one of the noble families still maintains. That's good.
I suppose so.
I would ask that when we return to the material plane, if all of you know her, if one of you could cast sending to her, I would love to know her location and hopefully try and preserve some of the artifacts of our nation.
We can absolutely do that for you. We could maybe even find depending on where she's at, a good teleportation circle that we can get you guys even closer to her, or even in
Wonderful.
the same city.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Well, good. That's good. Not all is lost then. There are still some remnants that remain. And you can see the
Like, I don't want to seem callous at all, but I just do want to ask, especially because I've been approached by people from the Hidden Flame before, or people who claim to be from the Hidden Flame, who really just kind of locked me up in a tower somewhere and tortured me for a little bit and tried to kill me. Do any of you three mean anybody on this ship any harm? Or deception?
No, not at all. Unless any of you are dark friends or servants of the Dark One, then we mean you no harm, and we wish you the best. And in all honesty, I'm willing to do anything we can to assist you for saving us. And Kaylin and Phelan, they both share a similar reaction. And Lila, they are telling the truth.
And she'll like nod to Eurydice.
Okay. Great. Well, when we do get back, anything that you need or want, anything that will make it easier for you, we'll try to help you get.
Wonderful. I know myself I'll be wanting to connect with this Velitha. For you two, as he looks to Kaylin and Phelan. Kaylin, she kind of looks and says, I don't know if my home still stands, as at least in the time that I was alive, there was always a great deal of nature being disturbed. My home was that of Issa Nalor. Does it still stand? You can see the fiery red-haired elf. It makes a little bit of sense.
She's immediately just staring at this guy.
It stands to some degree. The forest is still largely there.
Oh, that's very good. I know that many of my people at the time that I left to join the Hidden Flame were doing something similar. But I've always longed to see the creatures of Isinalor since we left. So that's good to know. You can see Phelan, she smiles at that, the hope that her home still stands.
Well, I have to ask. Once we return, what is the plan? Do you just go back to your respective homes? What do you do? I mean, not that you have to have a decision now, of course.
No, and you can see Phelan, she kind of looks to Rice and Kaylin. Rice, he says, well, I think that for most of us, we still want to fight against the Dark One. We still want to make sure that this ever-coming darkness does not consume the world that we know. But also, I do think that when we get back, there are a few things we'd like to take care of before we never get a chance to again. I'm sure that Phelan would like to visit her home, and Kaylin, your home was just south of Bromsgrove, wasn't it? So that might be on the way then. Caitlin. He sort of nods.
Does the nation of Demaria still stand?
Do we know that name?
Yeah, you would
This is coming up,
recognize.
but you know.
You don't recognize the nation of Demaria, but you would hear that he says right after that.
Queen Damaris, is she still regent?
Wait, no, Twig does know about this because people were talking about usurpers.
Yeah, I think that's been brought up, and I know Nalf at least read the name in a book.
Yeah.
But do we know if that's like a thing still?
No, because they was mentioning that Bianca's. Oh, I don't even know if Bianca's name was.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be on the map anymore because now it's the nation of Bella Clara.
Oh. Yeah, a lot's changed.
The nation itself, no. But things are. And, like, Lila would know where that old kingdom was roughly on the map.
Yeah.
And would be aware that things right now are happening there, right?
Yeah.
Or do we not know that? Okay.
No, you would know.
So, yeah.
No, we definitely know. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So she'll, like, point to the map and say, there are things happening here, though. I believe there's a group that, yeah, people who are also fighting the Dark One. They seem to have taken up, like a hub here. We're not exactly sure of, like, all the details, but there are things happening there that could be related. I'm not sure.
And he kind of looks to Rise, Phelan does, and says,
I made a promise when I took my oath that I would do everything I could to fight for the light and against the Dark One, but if there is a chance to save what little is left of my people, when we return, I would like your blessing to go and do this. When the fighting is done, I will reunite with all of you. But
You have more than our blessing, you have our encouragement with this. I mean, the Dark One tries to take away who we are and the things that are important to us. The best way that you can fight that is to go and rescue the things that you feel are important to you. So yes, you should go and help these people.
he nods, and Rice says, well, you heard it from the Dawnbreaker. You've got your permission. And you can see Phelan, he smiles and nods. Well, so what I will say is that in the time that you're still in the Astral Sea, we don't plan on being useless. We might still need a day or two longer to regain our strength fully, but something we were just talking about before all of you arrived, provided that the Circle of Truth played out with none of you lying and pretending to be dark friends. We wanted to offer our services. I myself am an expertly trained mage. Kaelin is one of the best archers I've seen, and Phelan, well, in the time that he's been in the Astral Sea, he's learned quite a bit about crafting using magic, the path of an artificer. I will say the three of us work best together as a team. So any time that you would like to use us, we'd be more than happy to come with you. Just, we'd like to stay together. But, like I said, we'll still need several more days to rest and recuperate, refine our strength, and also, we'll need to make some new weapons since those were left aboard our ship. But luckily, we have Phelan. That's something Phelan can do.
Well, that where we're going, we would appreciate the extra help, so thank you.
Of course. And I will say, in case it wasn't clear enough already, our specialty is Dark Friends and Shadow Spawn. Any servants of the Dark One, we have a special knowledge to deal with them.
I think that will be put to use with our time together, for sure.
I figured as much.
Pickle think we're looking back at the party like, are we gonna tell them that we're gonna be like, with the whole Emerald and the Forsaken thing? Like,
Oh yeah. Well, to piggyback off of that, that is kind of our, if we haven't already explained what our whole mission out here is in the first place, that emerald that you were talking of is of quite significant importance to dealing with the Dark One. Fortunately, all 13 of the Forsaken are loose, and 2 of them have Emerald trapped in a pocket dimension. And Emerald... The Forsaken? 13 very powerful enemies of us and allies to the Dark One?
Like the Dark One's closest, strongest allies.
13 of them. They all are extremely powerful in their own regard and skilled at different things. But like we said, too. Go on.
I feel like they count as, the most powerful of the Dark Friends. I don't understand how you wouldn't know about them.
There were stirrings of that. Individuals that were incredibly powerful fighting for the Dark One, but last I had heard there was fighting brewing. A lot of my commanding officers, they believed that there was a conflict coming very soon, which is why it was imperative for us to go into the Astral Sea to try and see if there was something in there. But,
Well,
Are you... And she'll start to, name the names of the 13 members and basically say, do any of these sound familiar?
Wait.
At all?
Parido? A servant of the Dark One? No.
Yes.
You can't be serious.
did you know him?
Yes.
The zone of truth. I didn't lie.
I know, but
Well, we I think we've read about it. We know he used to serve the light, but I suppose something happened to him. I don't know if he was corrupted or something.
he must have been. There must be something that infected his mind. He must not be acting himself then. And you said Malice as well. I know that name. And you can see that Phelan, his eyes kind of dart down at the mention of that name.
You good friends with her as well?
No, I am not. She's the reason why my people left the Underdark. I was one of the first generation born on the surface world. We were taught much about her. Malice, I suppose, is the most appropriate word to use. Yes. There were those individuals that we were told about, we were debriefed on, that were powerful, but this term Forsaken, this isn't something we're familiar with. It must have been something that happened during that great push. There was an ally that we had that was meant to investigate some of those individuals. They were meant to try and find some of these powerful individuals, the Kalukatho Goliaths. They're still around, yes. They were some of our most powerful allies in that facet.
Not
I mean,
many.
we know one is alive.
Well, we
One.
technically know 2. Isn't Lorokan,
Oh,
if
he
I remember
is.
correctly, isn't he a
Mhm.
Kalokatho?
Yeah. He is.
And
You know,
I
two, and one of
suppose
them is-
another that was
Yeah.
also corrupted.
Laurel Khan, you said. I didn't think of it. That's not good.
But there's one, Yothi, she's nice.
Oh, one. Oh,
There might be more. I don't know.
the Kalukatho Goliath, they had a standing army of some 120,000. Expert trained druids, warriors, mages. They were some of our most potent warriors against the Dark One and his shadow spawn. But you said there's one. One is better than zero.
I mean, I know this is a lot of dark information and it seems like a lot of loss. 1,000 years can change many things, but I will say that there are others who have chosen to actively rise and fight against the Dark.
And
It is not just us.
Good.
yes, this other team in the Bella Clara area as well. We've met that Kalukatho. Her name is Keothi, but this other group, she spent more time with them. They might actually have more knowledge than we do as well.
All
Maybe
right.
there is more and we don't know.
All right. Very well. There's no reason to get upset or panic now. I believe all of you. Things change. You're right. Oh my goodness. I realized that I never got the rest of any of yours names. I know Eurydice, but I apologize. We got so straight to the information. Young man, your name. Looking to you, Nalfian.
Sir Nalfian Forrester.
Sir Forrester?
This is, Lady Forrester. He gestures down to Twig.
So
Twig does the most unconvincing little wave.
Oh.
the Forresters are a noble house now. That's interesting.
Yes, technically.
You can see Rise, he kind of looks back to Kaylin, and Kaylin smiles, and she'll give you a small little wave as well. As she kind of says, like, I knew there was a reason. Oh, that's not her voice. Oh, there we go. I knew there was a reason that I liked you right off the bat. I've always been good friends with the Forresters in my time growing up. Good to know we've got a good one on board. Well,
I'm Lila Tatiana.
Tatiana, it's a great pleasure to at least have your name now.
Yorick Nasine, nice to meet you.
Yorick Nasine. That is Macavian, isn't it? One of the mountain clans, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Well, quite the diverse group of individuals you have here, but I suppose looking at our motley crew, it makes sense. It just happens, those thrust into a life like this. Well, you said there are 13 of these Forsaken, these generals.
We know that Wicked's dead. I feel like we know Wicked's dead. Or we've been told that Wicked's dead.
Well, we actually don't have confirmation that he isn't going to be reincarnated either. So
Yeah.
for now, yep.
Yeah,
13.
We're fine.
All right, 13 Forsaken. All right. We know all the information now. There's nothing else related to this conflict that all of you think that we should know.
If there is, we will inform you. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of information that we may just have to remember and update you about.
All right, that's fine. All
But we
right.
won't keep any, like, secrets on purpose from you.
Right.
We trust you and we want you to know what's happening.
All right.
I also feel like Emerald would also be able to fill you in on any more information you'd be lacking.
That's true.
I
You
feel
did
like
say
he
you were
knows-
here to save him.
Yes, he knows, I feel like, the most about what's happening out of anyone.
All right. Well then, very good. When we find him, we'll make sure to question him on the hidden flame and some of the things we may have missed, especially related to this conflict where these Forsaken arose and the fall of the Kalukatho. Well, thank you very much for sharing this information with us. All of us are incredibly appreciative. Without you, we wouldn't be here right now.
Well, I'm thinking, and Yuri has like a big smile on her face, which seems odd because she's been quite. She's like, okay, so I'm thinking you guys have been gone for a while, and you're going to be helping us, which we appreciate a lot. But we need to. You guys deserve a break first. So how about we can have something like a celebration? Or like kind of like a party, like a coming back party, and we can tell you about the music and about the art and about the new things that have kind of happened, I guess, or that we experience now. And we can show you. Oh, we can't really do food. Can we do food and drinks? Like, we're in the astral sea. I guess it doesn't matter too much.
We don't.
I've
we
been
didn't
eating.
bring any.
There you go. Anyway, just something actually fun before all the serious stuff.
And Rise looks to Kaelin and Phelan, and the two of them shrug and like, yeah, it sounds good. And Rise says, I think that sounds like a great idea.
Great. Okay, I need to go.
Efren is gonna hate us.
That's fine. He already is just about dealing with us. Wonderful. Okay, well, I don't need to make posters because you're all already here. Cool. Great. She's gonna run off already to go start figuring this out.
All right. That's the Dawnbreaker. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not complaining. It's just different than the last thing that I experienced, but all right.
Different's good though.
It's better.
Sometimes you
Someday
need to stir the pot. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah. No, of course.
What was the other one like then?
I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Probably a wartime general is the way that I would describe them. Which in that moment is what we needed, considering what happened. I'm assuming that wartime general is the reason that all of you were able to come here in the first place, whatever they did. Whatever they accomplished in that time.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I suppose then, the three of us will get started on recreating the weapons we may have lost. And meet you for the, food and art.
I'm a pretty good painter, so.
Myself, I'm more of a harpsichord player, which I don't think you'll have any of those, will you?
We have
You're
a harp.
No, I'm just kidding.
Not the same.
Oh. Darn.
Sorry.
That's all right. Well, I suppose we'll get to making these weapons, so hopefully we can assist you sometime in the very near future.
And with that, Rise would turn back to Kaelin and Phelan as the three of them begin discussing weapon schematics and what exactly they were going to do for their equipment for their next encounter that they went out on. So they won't be ready by the City of Pain, but for the next place that you stop, they'll be ready for that encounter.
Neato potato.
All right, T.
Right on.
So with that, that's all of your prepping.
Question.
Yes.
Ephron, is there any alcohol on this ship?
Do you go up to him and ask him?
Yeah.
It's good to note that when you go up to Ephron to ask him this, you can see Zevran is there talking to Ephron and just asking him questions. And Ephron is trying to be polite and answer, but Zevran should probably stop soon as you walk up. And Ephron sees you walk up and says,
Oh, Eurydice. What a pleasure to see you. Is there something I can assist you with?
Hi. So you know how, we're all dealing with some really dark times and everything is very serious at the moment. And we just have those people, they're really, really nice, but they've been through so much. So really, we were all thinking it's quite important that they have something positive and like a celebration, you know, of life and of being freed. So, do you have any alcohol?
When we left for the material plane, there were many things I thought to myself would happen on this journey. And I very much hate to admit that this is something that I thought would happen.
Oh my god.
You're amazing!
On the bottom deck, below the third cabin to the right, there's a small crate. And in that crate, you'll find several bottles of assortments of alcohol that were purchased in Wheat Hill.
Yes! That's amazing! Thank you so much! She hugs him and then, like in that way of, like, doesn't think about it at all, and then runs off.
Is there any way that you could go assist her so she doesn't drop and break any of the bottles? I think she might need your help, Severin.
Oh, if you think so, of course. Thank you once again, Ephron, for answering all my questions. I have a couple more, but I promise after that I'll leave you alone.
I'm sure.
Zevran hits him with the thumbs up, and he runs after Eurydice.
Fuck yeah. Okay, we got booze. I've got nothing else. There's nothing else, but we have that.
All right. So you go to where he instructed you, and you can see that's Belle's cot, and she's currently like sitting on her cot, like writing and like referencing a book and then writing. As you and now Zevran are just standing over her, and she kind of looks up. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So there's gonna be like a little celebration thing to like lift people's spirits and all that stuff. We need the alcohol. I think it's around here.
I didn't bring any alcohol.
Well, no, did you say her cot is like basically in front of it, or?
Yeah, it's like behind the cot.
Okay, basically we just need to get, it's just there. I think it's too heavy for me to lift it with my telekinesis.
Oh, it's underneath the... I thought you were implying that I had some on me, which I definitely don't. Anyway, here, and she'll get up. There you go.
Insight, bitch.
That was funny.
Yeah, make an insight check.
How old is Belle, by the way?
15?
16, right?
16?
Okay, that was, I think, a 16 overall for insight.
She's not exactly being the most honest.
Okay, Yuri, like, squints.
Belle
Okay.
runs. Belle runs. she
Runs
can't
where
run
it's
it.
supposed
She
to, coward.
runs up deck. And she's gonna hide behind Ephron.
Oh, he hates
Right.
this place.
And everyone's like, why?
Okay, I I guess she gets Zephyrin to help her with the alcohol, and she's like, "You're gonna come, right? We're gonna do dancing and singing and music and all that."
Oh, yeah. I don't see why not.
Wonderful, great.
All right.
Cool. We have alcohol. This is wonderful. There's no decorations. It'll do.
I could maybe do something with a couple minor illusions just for some things.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Shit. Does anyone have druid craft? I
Call
can't
Yrsa.
do it. Call you. I could ask Twig. We could see how many flowers we could get up around the place. Yes. Okay.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah.
Cool. And you're just gonna go find Twig and be like, "Hey, you can make plants grow, right?"
I mean, Druidcraft only makes things blossom, right? She can't just spawn flowers, can she?
Yeah, she can.
I spawn flowers all the time.
Yeah,
dog.
Kayla. It was a precedent
I
Kayla
abuse
set 3 years ago in Illica. So now that's just how Druidcraft works.
Is it? Oh shit. Okay.
That is just kind of yeah.
Because it'd be fucked up if I said yes to Kayla but no to you. You know.
Yeah, I know Nugursa does that shit all the time, but you know, different dimension, I guess.
I can, I guess.
Okay. Would you help me put up some flowers around the deck for the little thing tonight? Today. Later.
I feel like time is very, very relative here, but sure. What kind of flowers are they meant to be?
You know what? Whatever you want. Whatever you think is good.
Eurydice, where do you want me to put this crate? It's kind of heavy.
Just go and put it by the mast.
By the mast. Okay, so up the stairs. Yorick! Yorick! Yorick, could you help me with something?
Malcolm walks right past.
I'm kind of in the middle of something.
Okay,
Yuri, like, telekinesis, like, gives him a helping hand
oh,
with the thing.
that's a little better. Nalfian,
Okay.
since you're here, could you help me a bit?
Oh, me? Right here? This one right here.
Okay,
You don't want York? Or...
well, you...
Nah, I got it. I can
Okay.
hold him.
All right.
Nalfian, don't be an ass.
When am I ever?
Nalfian, it is heavy. Even with
Oh
you.
shit! Okay, fuck.
Yeah. Because Nalfian has what, 12 strength, right?
Whoa. Yeah, he does. Oh, he has 13.
13,
He has 13.
okay. The modifier's the same, my bad.
Shut up. He takes it and he puts on a face like, yeah, that's like nothing. And he takes it to the mat.
How are you staying so cool right now? This is so heavy.
We just.
I
the
just
trick is
want it to be
putting some-
known that Lila's strength is the same as Nalfian's.
So is Yuri's.
Everybody shut the
Yuri
fuck
sees
up.
it's also the same.
Everyone.
Mine's 11.
Oh, you're stronger than Twig. That's cool.
It's. I'll
Stronger than a 15-year-old.
next all of you. Fucking acrobat all over you guys. Leave me alone.
All right. So Yorick, you watch Zephyrin and Nalfian and a telekinetic like hand carrying the crate up the stairs as you're just sort of looking, reading Crime and Punishment.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep. And eventually you do get it up. You set it by the mast. And you can see that it's like a wooden crate. And Zephyrin, he kind of looks down. Do you have a way to open? I don't have a crowbar or anything.
Nalfian will use his dagger.
Okay, yeah, you can jam the dagger in the lid and kind of pop it open. And you can see there are several bottles in here. There is a lot of wood and hay packaging to keep it safe. Definitely the majority of the weight was from the wood that was used to construct the box.
Oh my god. Of course it was. Yeah, Nalfin will find a nice vintage, I guess, and hand it to Zevran. Zevran.
Zevran is the human man standing in front of you, or the elf standing in
Yes.
front of you.
And Nalf will hand it to him. There you go. Careful with that.
Just straight from the bottle?
No.
Oh.
Find some cups, friend.
Ephraim, do you have any cups at all?
No, don't bother him. He's doing a thing. Just
And
go
you can
find
see
some.
as you look over, like Belle is still hiding behind Ephraim. And Ephraim every once in a while just looks down towards her and then continues to steer.
This is amazing.
Wonderful.
Then who?
What kind of flowers we got going on over there?
Nalfi, who do I ask for cups then?
Just go find some.
Find some.
This isn't a very big ship.
But all right, I'll go try. I'll go try and find cups on a ship that is meant to sail the astral sea where people don't need to eat or drink anything.
Why are you making this so difficult?
He brought alcohol. Why would he not bring cups?
You probably don't need food.
I'll go find cups.
And he leaves.
Jesus Christ.
He returns a short time later with vials. This was the best I could find, Nalfian.
Vials.
What did he find?
Vials. Like potion vials.
Nalfian rubs his forehead.
What
I
kind
mean,
of
these
alcohol
are
is it? It's not for shots, maybe.
crafty shot glasses. I see. All right. Sure. Why don't you just put all these bottles out on display so people could have their pick, and maybe fill up a vial or two as an appetizer. I don't know.
He's got like a handful of vials. Okay, and he kind of sets them in the crate.
You want to see? This was your idea. I don't know what I'm doing over here.
You're gonna see Twigger putting up flowers right now.
Oh.
It's just improvising. You're doing great. You're doing muscly stuff. You're carrying things.
Zephyrin starts trying to pour drinks in the vials. They spill over a little bit, and he has to cork it and like set it back down in the pile because it's like rounded at the bottom so it doesn't sit up straight.
What are you doing?
Disgusting.
Yuri like waves a hand to prestidigitate. Like, okay, can it stay in the bottles though?
Yes, it's just they're so small. Okay, very delicate.
Okay, I actually have something that I think Lila would be doing at this while all this is going on.
Thank you.
But if we can cut back to that. But right now, she would come out as she just finished that task, seeing the mess, and she's gonna cast Hero's Feast.
Oh, thank God.
Oh.
Thank God. Hell yeah. Look, it's Joe's favorite spell.
It is, and you can see, I'm very excited, but you can see as you cast it, you take like I think it's like 10 minutes or whatever. So as he finishes, Zephyrin finally finishes pouring all the small vials, and he's like, all right. And he turns around, and there is just this immaculate table full of drinks and food and cornucopias. He turns around.
Oh, that's very beautiful, Lila.
I even matched the druid crafted like flower colors with the table. I thought that would look really cute.
Yeah.
And he picks up the lid to the crate and he sets it back down on top of the crate.
And then she like awkwardly starts to like realize what she's done. And she's like, "What?
No.
I'll try one of those though.
No,
those
no,
look
no,
really
no.
good.
No, they.
I would really love
And
Vile
I-
right now."
He is gonna put his hand on Zephyr's shoulder. Just let her do it.
Okay.
Yeah, have a vial. And he reaches into the crate and he hands you like a small, like 4-ounce vial of like bourbon.
She'll drink it and go, this is a unique experience that I've never had before.
Yeah. Same.
You did a really good job, Zephyrin.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, whenever we want to start the party, everything's ready, I guess. So.
Okay,
Zephyrin sits down at the table. Patiently waiting for everybody else to get there and for someone to say grace.
Yuri is gonna quickly ask Zephyrin, hey, so you can do like minor illusion, stuff like that, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Could you help with music then?
Yes, I can do that. What are you thinking?
Anything recent, like the most recent music that you can think of, things that these people won't have heard before.
All right. Yeah.
Do Freebird.
What?
Do
I
Freebird.
Wonderwall.
All great choice.
Severin also hates us.
Has everyone played Despacito?
Despacito.
Oh my god, get out, Gemma.
Do you know Gangnam Style?
Ew. You started off so strong, Ryan.
Is this all right?
What is playing right now?
You can't
No.
hear
You
it.
hear it?
I can't hear the music that comes from Forge. What's playing?
Sad. It's
Oh,
lovely.
it's like party music.
Okay. She'll be like, yes, this is perfect, thank you so much. And she like hugs him around the shoulders.
Oh, thank you. I feel appreciated. Twice appreciated.
Okay. Yuri's gonna go and find everyone.
All right.
I did have something Lila was gonna do before the party started, though.
Oh, yeah.
Before she came out and did the Heroes Feast.
Mm-hmm.
After the conversation, specifically about like all the 13 members and like everyone not like those people from the past not knowing about them. And after that conversation's over, she would go to somewhere private. Obviously, since no one saw her do this canonically. And she's going to take out the locket that they Finch's locket and begin to cast legend lore on the locket.
Oh, my idea! No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. You want to drop legend lore in the chat for me again?
Yeah. Let me get that bitch out. Legend lore! Where the fuck are you? There you are. Yes!
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Like how immediately the music stopped.
Things have changed.
Not prime time yet.
Yeah. I don't think this is gonna be
When
jovial.
you cast this spell, does the person know that you've this information about them?
Nope.
I didn't think so, but I didn't know the spell existed until you guys started using it.
I didn't know it until Ryan did it, and I was like, this seems very helpful.
It's a good spell.
Okay.
Music.
As you cast legend lore, you can feel a very, very, very loose, light connection. You can tell that because this artifact is not some legendary weapon, this item you hold in your hand, and while the person it's connected to, the owner of said locket, might be somebody who is powerful and legendary, the person itself in the portrait is somebody who is not legendary. Just casting the spell, you can tell that this person wasn't a king or a great mage or a ruler or a warlord or a great warrior. They were just a normal person living their life. And as you cast the spell, there is a string of words. That come to your mind instead. In a voice older than time and magic, speaks to you. And it says simply, "The lengths we go to try and save those we love. Sometimes we lose ourselves in the process." And with that, the spell fades and the connection ends. And that is all you receive from the spell legend lore about this item in particular.
You want to know something really sad? You cut out. I didn't hear the sentence at all.
Oh, really?
You cut out for me, at least. Yeah.
Aw.
Tragic. Well, here, I'll paste it in the chat too. "The lengths we go
Okay.
to try and save those we love, sometimes we lose ourselves in the process."
To save the ones we love.
To save those we love, sometimes we lose
Those
ourselves
we
in the
love.
process.
And did she recognize the voice, or did it seem foreign to her?
No, it was a voice older than time and magic itself. It was just the universe singing to you. Yeah.
Oh, nerd. Put your shoes back on, Lila, please.
Dogs be out.
No.
Okay.
Could you, just so I remember, can you describe the person in the locket one more time, Joe?
Yes, the individual in the locket was an elvish man, with a darker, skin. I'm trying to think of the right tone, like skin tone descriptor word.
Is it like a mocha? A caramel?
A
golden sand?
the closest thing I can think is like Grecian, like a more like tanned skin tone with short cut trimmed black hair, and a very finely trimmed and pointed beard. Something that I think Lila would probably be able to recognize as like ancient Thoralian.
And I didn't get a name or anything, just that sentence. Right?
No, you do have a name, Aegon.
Oh, right. Yeah. We already knew that.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. She will make note of that, take that in for a second. Obviously, before she goes out to see the chaos that was and does Hero Feast, but that's what I wanted to do before the party.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. And Lila, as you go to head upstairs, and you can hear the music coming from Zevran's Minor Illusion, as you walk up and see everybody prepping and getting ready to sit down at the table to enjoy the Hero's Feast from your magic. That's where we're going to go ahead and take a break. So, thank you for watching so far. Hope you've enjoyed. I know I have. We'll be back in just a little bit.
scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars own, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
We're back. Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers were on a ship headed towards the City of Pain. They did some talks, they met their new companions on their ship, and now they're eating a hero's feast. So, that's where we're gonna go ahead and dive back in. I'm cutting the bullshit out. we're going right in. So, all of you settle down around the long table that was also conjured with the hero's feast, because that is convenient. So you're not having a picnic on the floor of a ship, on the poop deck.
On the poop deck, in the poop.
So, all of you sit down to enjoy your hero's feast. Now, technically, hero's feast is for you and up to 12 creatures. I think that you have more than 12 people on the ship.
Do we?
I don't know. Let's do some math. You guys don't need to count. I'll just drop the tokens out. Yuri. Twig.
Yeah, well, no, we definitely do. I think we have 14.
Oh.
Lila. Now
because each of us basically have a person. So that's already 10, plus the 3 Hidden Flame, 13, and then Ephron, 14.
Plus the Oracle, plus Kayla has 2 people.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
that's what I'm accounting for, because...
They count as a single stat block, though.
So yeah.
Well...
That's what I mean. So it'd be
Alright.
the Oracle.
Wow, Echonoff wants to eat too. Jeez, guys.
Fine.
I'm just kidding. Just floats in his stomach.
He doesn't even need to eat. What a bastard.
Okay, so we're all eating.
Nom. Delicious. Thank you for this meal.
Lila would share.
Oh.
So everyone has food.
I would hope so. I hope she's not eating a banquet meant for like 12 people by herself whilst everyone just watches. That's a mukbang.
Actually, fun fact. This is, if we just go based off stat blocks, it is 6 creatures. Or 12 creatures.
I was like, what?
That's what we doing.
Oh, that's wild.
Stat
yeah.
blocks.
I see you.
Nice. I don't have a token for the hidden flame, so they're there though. they're right there, right there.
Yeah, no, I see them.
Right there.
Oh, there they are.
They're hidden.
Oh my god.
All right.
Oh, I get it.
Hey, hey York.
Yeah, what's up?
What chapter of your book are you on?
Oh, like 13?
Yeah? Have you
Yeah.
learned anything yet?
Yeah, I mean, the story's progressing, yeah. Why are you asking this?
I was just making conversation, man. My god.
Oh, sick. You reading anything?
Now Finn thinks about his stack of night books. Yeah. Yeah.
Anything interesting?
It's a lot. A lot
Yeah.
of rules.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna eat that?
Yeah.
Alright.
You gotta admit, that was a silly question.
Now Finn proceeds to eat.
No, I just want to see the continuation of that.
Oh, he's just vibing.
Well, thank you, Lila, for preparing this wonderful meal for all of us. I understand it only took you 10 minutes, but we're all very appreciative of the effort you put into it.
No problem. Sorry I wasn't able to help out with anything else further. Seemed like you guys had everything kind of under control by the time I got out here.
Well, everyone did great. Everyone... Yeah, no, it worked out really, really well.
Nalfia looks at Eurydice and just smiles.
She gives him a look like, why are you smiling?
Oh, heavy fucking box.
I thought it was not a problem, Nalfian. I thought it was, you know, it's a delight. Not an issue.
It was a joke. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Ha ha.
Uh-huh.
Funny, haha.
Funny ha. York, my man. High five.
High five. It's a guy thing.
You wouldn't understand?
Yes, it is. I totally understand.
Is that Zephyrin
Yes.
saying this?
Yeah.
Okay, I just imagine Nalfin and York just look at each other, deadpan, and just look at Zephyrin.
Noah gives a smile like, you tried, buddy.
Hey, yeah, high five. And he's like on the opposite end of the table.
York reaches.
And it's just like the tips of your fingers touch. That was good.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right.
There's no easier way we could have done that.
Nope.
I was gonna wait over to like Yuri, Twig, and Belle and be like, guys don't really have things though. Girls do. There's girl things, but they're not like dude things. Not really.
I think there are. I just think we don't know what they are. I think that's kind of the point.
I think they just want us to think there's something going on.
Well, I
Yeah?
feel like in this circumstance, that definitely, I don't know, lying, I suppose.
Right in front of the
Doesn't feel
three
like
of
a
you.
lie. I guess just
Danny is
not being
absolutely
truthful.
tearing into a chicken. He's absolutely just. Ah, ah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Still a raccoon, guys.
He is still a raccoon. This is true. Oh my.
Jesus.
I'll take that as a compliment, Danny.
Trouble, who's sitting next to him, leans to you and says, "Please never mistake us again."
No, I'm gonna call you by your name, not Trouble, so.
Which is.
It is.
Yo, Tiberius, what are you
Tiberius.
talking about over there?
Trouble's gonna look over towards Danny. Do you see what you've done? Do you see what you've done? And Danny's just in the chicken, just like, hey, I don't know what you want me to say. That's what your name is. Oh. Oh man, I love this chicken.
Danny,
Oh my god.
my guy, what have we talked about with table manners?
We talked about table manners. We talked about the sword and getting it to you when you fell off the horse and picking up the little woody scraps. We never talked about table manners.
Did it need to be talked about?
What type of what do you mean a man at a table anyway?
Just, can you at least wipe your face? Not using your hands.
On his like tunic on his side, he just and there's just like grease stains on his shirt now. All right.
Prestidigitation that away right away.
All right. Yep. Set in those bad habits. Here we go. He just continues to do that the rest of the dinner then.
At the end of it, Yuri kind of sighs a little bit and then goes, okay, this is a party, so, and I haven't got to use it yet. She's gonna go way overboard. She's gonna use seeming. Because it's as many creatures as I want in 30 feet. And basically give people either spruced up versions of their current outfits, if she doesn't know them very well, or for like the Isles crew, basically kind of very similar to what they wore to the ball in Halfcrest.
Aww.
Like really nice outfits. Everyone else is getting like super nice, like spruced up kind of looks, and it is fake, but it's real enough.
Oh,
Don't look too hard.
yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, don't look too hard at it.
Don't look too hard.
Don't pass that investigation check.
Oh, that was sweet, Eurydice. Thank you.
Yeah. So she kind of whispers to Lila, I can't watch this anymore, and like points across the table at Danny.
Yeah. We could just start doing something else then. I'm done eating.
Do you want to dance?
Let's start the dancing. And she'll like take Yuri by the hand and begin the dance.
Great.
Oh, we're dancing. Sir Nalfian, would you be so kind as to partake in the festivities with me?
This is Blossom.
Yeah.
He like squints. Yeah, I would actually.
I'm just gonna
Take her
warn you
hand.
ahead of time. I got 2 left hooves, all right?
I swear if you step on my feet.
Well, I wouldn't do it on purpose, ever.
Insight.
Like leading at everyone else
York
at the
just
table.
openly laughs at that.
Oh. Alright, I'll dance with Blossom.
All right. She steps on your feet a lot.
Oh, of course she does. Alvin's gonna spin her a little too hard every now and then.
Whoa!
At least it won't be hard to outdance them.
Oh yeah. No problem.
You can also see that Caitlin and Phelan do dance together, the 2 of them.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Any chance though, since the whole purpose of this thing was like introducing like, the like cultural changes and all that stuff to these hidden flames. I hope Twig is looking for any opportunity she can to just in for a dump about kingdoms and castles.
Oh, of course.
We'll say you're
It's
sitting
actually
right.
probably a really good way to like
And
introduce them.
yeah,
to the
she'll
stuff.
like slide it in as like, well, it has all the different kingdoms and important people from it. So, it's kind of a good way to learn about the history too, if you want to play.
I'm not sure if it's still. You can see you're talking to Rice. I'm not sure if it's still the thing, but we had something called chess back when I was still in the material plane. It sounds like it's similar to that, except it does the work for you of determining which kingdom you're portraying.
Well, it's a little different if it's still the same as Dragon Chess, but I think it's a little bit more involved than, well, that.
All right, well, give me a deck of cards then. Let's see how easy it is to get into it.
Yeah, and Twig would be like, she would generally like obviously be telling the rules, and she's a very big stickler for the rules. So she'll be correcting anything. And you know, talking about each of the cards, I guess, because since they do have historical figures and all that.
Wait a minute. As he's looking through one of your decks, he pulls out the card and points it towards you. Is this you?
Oh, that was, well, I guess we ran into, some of the people that make them, and, well, given that we've done a few things, to help out, they offered to make some. I also won this tournament that was, happening around this game, so we can take those out.
No. I think it's only just we leave them in. And he continues to look through the cards, not giving them back to you in that moment to take them out.
Yeah. Should be a little awkward about it, but yeah. Just go through.
Okay,
and
okay.
I guess if there's any that are, like, recognizable to him, I don't know.
Because what are the decks you have? A Farah and...
Bleh. Well, because we also have a few Among Us, and Twig would totally steal those for the purposes of this.
Among Us?
The Bella Clara, right?
Oh, I haven't actually had it written down. I know she did get another deck, though. I feel like it was Bella Clara.
Okay. So this is the nation that replaced Demaria. Seems like they have a lot of cards about gold. Gold. Oh, okay, I understand. So there's the three currencies. There's gold, there's faith, and there's blood. And some specialize in others. Some are single, devoted. So this is just a pure gold kingdom. Okay, makes sense. And then you have a Pharaoh, which Farah is... what is that? Let's see. So blood and faith. Oh, interesting. That's good for a Farah. I never went to a Farah myself, but I heard quite a bit about it. That seems to be accurate, considering the conflicts there between the tribes. All right. Oh, I see.
And he starts pointing out like synergies between different cards that you recognize as well.
Oh. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Twig's face will like start to light up when it's like he's actually like getting it and is interested in it, you know?
Listen, I can't play right now. I want to study this for a little bit more, but maybe before we get to the City of Pain, I might have a few ideas.
Well, take your time, I suppose.
And you can see the rest of the night. He's just studying these cards.
Yes. Twig's kind of person. Fantastic.
Alrighty.
Anyway, she's just indoctrinating people into that shit.
And you can see, Yuri, as you're teaching Kaylin and Phelan these different dances, you can see that they're having a little bit of a harder time keeping up initially, just because the steps are different and the time signatures that songs are written with now vary from what they were written with when the two of them would go to dances and parties. So sometimes they're a little off. They're not necessarily stepping in the right time signature, but eventually they do correct themselves, and you can see that both of them are both a little bit more dexterous, especially on their feet, and they start to get into the groove of it. And they're not nearly as refined as say you or Lila or Nalthian, but still they're probably about as good as Blossom.
Ow.
I'm sorry. Listen. Okay, these last few were definitely not on purpose. I just don't know how to dance that well. It's because of the.
I know.
You're doing great,
Well,
Blossom.
that was a little rude. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. You're a fantastic dancer.
Well, that's flatter. That's a lie. All right, you don't need to lie to me.
You're a decent dancer.
She squints.
You're okay.
All right, we
right.
should swap some partners now. Me and Albion and Yuri and Blossom.
Alright! Good luck, Eurydice. Smacks on the back.
I am not wearing shoes.
Good luck, Eurydice.
Me and Blossom and Albion and Eurydice. Seems awkward for another reason. Moves on.
You can
Alfie
see.
looks at you.
Ooh.
Say that shit out loud.
What?
Eurydice, let's dance.
Oh shit, sure. Who with what? I wasn't
What?
listening.
Huh? What?
What? I legit didn't hear what people said.
You can
I
see
think
Zevran
just
is like
hearing
cutting into the steak and like takes a like stops taking a bite and just looks at you, Yorick.
What? Four people talked at once. What was said?
He just shakes his head.
I think
Going back to
there is
eating.
enough unit dancing. Is that
Yes.
right? Yes.
I will say, as everybody's doing this, Belle is going to go over to Danny in trouble, and is going to walk up to Danny specifically and say, "Excuse me." And Danny is still at this chicken, just.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what's up? I was just wondering if you wanted to dance, Danny. Sure. And he gets off the chair. Okay. And see, you can see Belle could not stand to hear him eat that chicken anymore.
That's so funny.
And is just trying to get him away. And Danny's like just stopping, and he's like, and she's like, okay, how about you just stand on my feet and I'll hold your hands, okay?
Oh, this is so
Yeah, okay. And just the two of them just step back and forth.
Oh.
You can
Yuri
see
kind of-
Efren is going to take another bite of his steak and just looks up at that.
Oh no.
And he's going to cut the
Efren's
steak
gonna
back off onto the plate, and he's going to just stand up and go back to the helm.
Nah, we're slowly chipping away at that heart of steel.
Yeah.
Hi, Efren.
The end.
Bye.
He says,
There are calibrations that need to be done. I'll be back.
You don't want to
Some
dance?
calibrations.
Just one
Sounds-
dance.
Sounds like Efren.
It's not hard, I'll show you.
oh, make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Really, it isn't difficult. It's really fun.
Okay, make it normal because Eurydice is also yelling at him.
Yeah, peer pressure.
Just let him escape.
Come on!
And he will enjoy it.
And he starts to walk over towards where the dancing is.
Amazing. This is the start of her plan. We'll be pirates in space soon enough.
All right, who's dancing with the alien?
Lila will. She got him over here.
Okay. All right.
How tall is he?
He is like about the height of Nalthian, so he's like 6 foot
okay.
8, 6'7".
So he's not freakishly tall. Okay.
Yeah.
That's like
not
Well-
freakishly tall. That's really fucking tall.
It's really no. I meant freakishly as in like
Short
not
king.
humanly possible.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
He did roll a 23 on his performance check, so he is a good dancer. He does have rhythm.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
But you can see it's very like
By the book.
it's very it's very plain. It's just these very, very simple steps. He's in rhythm and he's in time, but he's not adding any flourish or extravagance to it.
Gotcha. Well, once the dance is done, knowing that he didn't want to be here, she'll just like curtsy and clap and say, "Thank you for joining us. We won't torture you any longer."
Well, I wouldn't say that it's exactly torture, but thank you for being respectful of my boundaries. I appreciate you getting me out of my shell a little bit. But yes, calibrations are needed. But enjoy the rest of the festivities.
So he walks back.
He loves
Woo!
And then she'll peel off and tap Zevran on the shoulder and ask him to dance.
Dance, yes. I would absolutely enjoy that so much.
All right. Sounds great.
I will say, as he stands up and he kind of brushes some of the crumbs that just kind of fell onto his robes. I did take a lot of dance classes growing up, as my mother wanted me to be refined in all aspects of politics, whether it be dance or speech and debate or magic that I was into. So I just want you to be prepared that dancing was the thing I was worst at. So
Nalfian is kind of using Eurydice would totally notice this, using Eurydice to kind of get closer to them, and behind Lila, Nalfian's gonna be making the motion to Zevran to reel it in a little bit, buddy. Just back off a little, reel it in a little bit. Calm down.
But no reason to dwell on that. I think that we should just get to dancing.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I just danced with an alien, so I think whatever skill set you have will be fine.
When you put it like that, it makes sense. And
double thumbs up. Hitting Eurydice. Hey!
So his performance check was a 12. So he's a worse dancer than an alien.
Oh no! All right, well, Lila's leading, which is fine.
It's not bad enough to step on your feet, but you definitely. There's sometimes where you're leading, Lila.
I mean, I rolled a 7, so +5, that's also a 12. So we are equally bad.
Every once in a while, each of you step on each other's feet. So, oh, ow. No, it's okay though.
No, sorry.
Accidents
this is
happen.
funny. I don't know this dance very well.
Me neither. Oh well, as you two continue to try your best.
As we struggle through it.
Yeah.
Can we do performance checks as an Alpha Eurydice to see if we just outdance them completely?
Yeah, we can. We've been dancing all the time. What do you mean?
You guys, with advantage, because you guys have danced together on multiple occasions.
Yes. Okay. Okay, with advantage. What is my character sheet? Performance. That's a 21 +5 to my performance.
Let me see. Where am I? It's an 18. I get +5 to performance.
Twinsies. I see.
Yes. So, I will say for the two of you,
New Nelf dice.
Yeah,
it's a nice roll.
Yeah, you guys are going pretty crazy. Definitely. And the thing with the two of you is the issue with Ephron, even though he rolled really high, was it was very bland and it was very, atypical. Or very typical. But for the two of you, it is flourish, it is fancy, it is
culture
bold
on
and brash. Yep. It is a lot. Of you guys moving around the deck.
Trash.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. So no, it is wonderful dancing, a wonderful performance from the two of you. Even Caitlin and Phelan, who have a lot of dexterity, they're not nearly as bold and as the two of you are. So even they're like, oh my goodness, yes.
Oh, wow, who are they? They should date. Wait. Oh god.
All right, see.
Yeah, afterwards, Yuri's like, you should go dance with York. He has been sitting at that table for far too long.
Right? Only if you go and dance with Twig, because she has also been sitting there for far too long.
I was thinking that,
about cards this whole time.
I know. Nalf could see her from here. Alright, deal.
Got it. Yuri will go over to Twig and be like, I know you're really busy, you look like you're doing some really important stuff, but would you like to dance?
Oh, I mean, okay. I'm
Great.
down to.
And she'll pull Twig over to the dance floor, and they'll have a little dance, much less extravagant.
No doubt.
Just chill.
Nalfin will go over to York. Good sir, I see you are sitting over here all alone.
Yeah, everyone left all this food over here unattended.
Would you care to honor me with a graceful dance?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Alright.
Gotta work it off eventually.
Burn those calories.
Yeah, just get those gains.
Nalfian is just gonna high five him.
It's a guy
As they head to
thing.
the dance floor. You wouldn't get it. I want them to do like the most aggressive like cardio dance that is like Zumba.
Hell yeah.
You gotta work off
It's like a Russian thing, you know, where it's just like all like
Yeah.
down and squats just.
Oh
like,
hell yeah. York would so do that dance.
We're having a nice time.
Mhm.
Yes, very much so. You you have a great time, the two of you doing like the squats to high knee kicks.
Oh yeah.
Bouncing back and forth. It's very much like the dance from the dance battle from White Chicks. Two of you are doing it like the where you like grab each other's hands and you connect ankles and you like hop in a circle around each other.
I love it.
It's a lot of fun. Yorick, you
We
do a
never
lot
practiced this.
Naturally good.
you do a lot of lifting and throwing of Nalfian.
Oh hell yeah.
Swing dancing now? Hell yeah.
Yeah, you guys are
I
just
love swing dancing.
so versatile as a dance duo. Dancing with the Stars Illica version when?
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'd watch that. I'd play that campaign.
Hey, wait, we're in the astral sea, so we're already dancing with the stars.
Hey, got him.
Oh, too funny. Alrighty. You dance. Everyone has a
towards
merry
the
time.
end.
Yes.
Yuri does want to dance with Lila again. And she's gonna kind of like, as they're dancing, she's gonna be like, do you think everyone's having fun? Do you think it's like good? Do you think they're happy?
Yeah, I've been having fun. Everyone else seems like they're having a good time.
Okay. Okay, I think it's fine then.
Are you having fun?
I guess. You know, I was more like trying to create like a distraction. And I think it sort of worked. Sort of.
For yourself?
Yeah. I figured, you know, if I couldn't... I figured I had to try and not focus on negative things, and if I could focus on enough good things and create enough distractions and have something to focus on, I wouldn't be as sad.
And like, even though the tempo of the dance continues to be like high paced or quick paced, Lila would start to slow down and just say like, yeah, do you want to step away and chat? Are you actually okay? Because it's okay to ignore things for a while, but ignoring your feelings doesn't mean they go away.
There's nothing to do about it. That's the thing. It's not like... It's not like he did something wrong, or I have a right to be angry with him, or anything. It's just that life's not fair sometimes. That's it. Situations just don't work. And I can be upset with the universe and with life, yes. Can I be angry with him? No, I can't. I don't want to be. Can I be a little bit hurt that no one in my life can actually commit to being there, and I'm probably just gonna have to rely on myself as an individual forever? Yeah. Yeah, that can hurt. There's nothing else to really do about it. It's just not supposed to happen.
That, ooh, there was a lot to unpack there. This is a we need a tub of ice cream and to be doing each other's hair down below deck thing.
Well, she uses druidcraft and gives Lila a few like flowers in her hair. Does that work?
Yes, but we can dance, we can have fun if that's what you want and need right now, but just because no one did anything wrong doesn't mean you don't have the right to mourn and be sad. It's the loss of something in order to gain another. And just because this one do you know how many relationships I've had that haven't worked out?
Yeah,
Mostly my fault, too. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be alone. Doesn't mean I'm gonna have to go through life completely solitarily. You've had one relationship, dude. And if it didn't work out, that's the most normal thing that has happened to you probably in your life.
It's not about the relationship not working out. It's that okay, I know we said we weren't going to do deep things. My mother died. My dad disappeared. The person that was supposed to take care of me for my entire life tried to sell me to the Dark One. Asmodeus turned out to be the one person who stuck around the longest and seemed to care and really didn't. And at some point, maybe I thought that Nalfion was going to think that he could commit to something that was me, or that he would be there. And it isn't that, the issue isn't that he doesn't love me, it's that he knows he can't do that. That he can't do the one thing that I guess I wanted him to do. And that's okay, but it's just knowing that no one's going to be able to do that. Probably because of the Dawnbreaker stuff and the Dark One and all of that. It's not about the one relationship not working out, it's about all of it, really.
You've had a lot of misfortune. And relying on yourself is not a bad thing. And more people should rely on themselves. It's definitely not comforting. But you might be the dawn breaker, but you have a dawn bringer. You should look for a dawn, and one of them is your dad. Let's save this world so you can have a life that brings you comfort, that is a dawn for you. And if it's not, I highly doubt this, but you'll find someone. I believe in true love and people meant to find each other. But you have a family still. Besides us, your dad. And I'm sure he's ready to be that person for you to lean on.
If he doesn't disappear into the Feywild for 20 years.
Hey, I'm a Pathfinder now. I can find him for you this time. It's okay.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And you're not losing me. Okay?
I better not. You're my best friend.
You're like a sister, dude. We're
Me
more than
too.
best friends.
Thank you.
I should pull her in for a hug.
Oh, Yuri's trying not to cry. Little tears. Wholesome tears.
If she does, Lila will put her curly hair over her face and just like cradle her.
Oh. Okay.
It's definitely like a moment, and like as long as Eurydice doesn't notice, the other people notice them. Lila will just like give them. You know when you comfort somebody in a crowd and everyone's like looking at you, and you're like, no, it's fine. No, don't worry. I got it. Doing like that hand, kind of like wave, like no, it's all good.
Nice.
Alright. So, as that finishes up, is there anything else anybody would like to do while partaking in the food, drink, and music?
No.
Nope.
Nah.
Okay. So with that, after a full day of prepping, preparing, and enjoyment, Eventually, all of you do feel that urge to sleep come as all of you are beginning to feel just a little tired after the energy that was expensed during the day. So, as all of you prepare yourselves for sleep, the thrum of the astral sea around you returning as the musical notes created by Zevran's minor illusion. Is there anything anybody wanted to do before bed? Because after this sleep, you will arrive at the City of Pain sometime tomorrow, later in what would be considered the evening if we're just going by like a regular 24-hour structure.
Lila still wanted to talk to Zevran before they got to the City of Pain. It doesn't necessarily have to be tonight, but if tonight would be better, then she could do it now.
Yeah, you could talk to Zevran tonight as he's just sort of out above deck. Just you can see him jotting things down in a notebook, looking up at the stars and the astral magic and some of the creatures that sort of float and fly by, swimming throughout the astral sea. That's what he's doing as you approach.
Okay, yeah, she'll just kind of lean against the railing and say, "Have you been enjoying your time here?"
I don't think words can properly express how wonderful it's been. I'm sure that you feel this exact same way, but when you spend so much of your life reading about something, people's accounts, you go over the same 7 books over and over and over again, and you never think you're going to be able to see that thing, and then you do.
And it's better than
It's
any
so
words
much
could ever describe.
better, yes.
I know exactly what you mean. It's overwhelming.
Oh my goodness, yes. I feel very bad for Iverion. I have not left him alone almost since we've met, but it's so interesting learning about the Arkan people and what they went through, what magics they used, the way that they communicated with the Weave, and how it's different than we do. It's
very fascinating.
Yes.
And I have a sneaky feeling he has this like tough exterior, but I think he deep down, I think he doesn't hate us. Probably.
Yeah, I think it could be both, honestly. I think that he could hate us, but after being
Lucky.
alone for so long, it might be nice to have a little bit of company, regardless of how annoying some of us can be sometimes.
I mean, we got him to dance, so
That was impressive.
I didn't think it was gonna work.
I'm going to be very honest. I did not think it was going to work either.
Oh, so many surprises.
Yeah. Well, what about you? How have you been feeling? I know that, especially with your connection to Corellian, this is probably a lot for you as well. How are you feeling?
Oh, in like the craziest way, I don't feel like a stranger here. I feel very comfortable. Isn't that funky? I don't even know. I wonder if my great-grandfather felt that way when on his travels and just finding where you... And belong is a strong word, because it's like I don't feel like I don't belong on the material plane, but I just feel like I also have a place here, but I also still feel like I have a calling to the Feywild, and who knows, maybe there's even more places that I feel connected to, but it's not just a overwhelming fascination with what this world is, it's just this overwhelming piece of like belonging.
That's beautiful. I'm glad that you feel that way. And for what it's worth, it looks like you fit here very well.
Well, thank you.
You're very well.
The main reason I wanted to speak with you, though, tomorrow, when we go to the City of Pain. I don't know if anyone else has brought this up with you, but it seems like the party wants you to join us. And I agree. I think you would be very helpful in that space, but it's called the City of Pain for a reason.
Yes.
And I don't know you super well. I don't know what kind of excursions you've been on, but I know for me, I'm pretty new to all this too, and I know what it's like to get overwhelmed by not just like new fascinating information, but just never having experienced true fear. I don't know, do you think you're gonna be okay?
I think so. It's not my first time doing something that's scared me. When I was still at home, obviously you know the Tariels, we have many interconnected mines throughout the mountains where our ancestral home is. And if there were ever issues there that the guards couldn't handle, they would send me with a few other mages to deal with. So I've been on excursions where my life was in danger, but nothing like this. This is entirely new, but at the end of the day, the magic that I specialize in is abjuration, protecting people. And if you all are going into the City of Pain, I think I know what all of you need to keep you safe. You need abjuration to ward off the pain that might be inflicted on you. And I'm happy to be that person.
Good. That's good.
Don't get me wrong, I am incredibly nervous and scared, but I can put on a confident face for the time being.
And we've been advised to try our best. Not try our best. We've actually been advised to absolutely not interfere with the pain we see that will be inflicted on, I guess, innocents. And I know I will have a huge struggle with that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is this place might change not just you, but me, us, all of us, and it just might be a pretty large event in your life. And I just wanted you to be fully aware of that before we're just like, hey, you sound useful, join us. That seems just rude, so.
Of course. I understand what you mean. And of course, there's only so much you can prepare yourself for, but I will keep that in mind when we go in there. And I guess the thing is whenever you go on a great journey, things about yourself may change. Whether for better or for worse, change is inevitable. So, while I am frightened of what may become of me or of any of us in there, I know that we really don't have a choice.
We don't. You're right. Thank you for being so brave.
Of course, I'm happy to put on a facade.
I relate. Have a good night.
Yes. You too.
Go to bed! Ish. Not bed. Rest.
Yes. Meditation.
No
No breathing.
So, you head away, and Zephyrin does stay up there for a bit, continuing to log for a little bit. But Nalfian, you go and find Yorick.
Come on.
So, what's Yorick's bedtime ritual that he's doing right now?
I mean, he's basically like he had read his book earlier, so like that's not what he's like focusing or doing. But yeah, Nalf actually finds him playing a little bit on the flute that he has proficiency in. He doesn't tinker with it too much, but gotta play at least a little bit on the astral, right?
Oh, I didn't know you played.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, but it's like a Daduk, I believe, Daduk. It's like you know the blue spirit theme from like Avatar. I think that's what they used to play it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, if you have a couple minutes, I didn't want to bug you for too long.
Oh, what's up, Nalfian?
A conversation that I think we are all going to have come morning before we make it to the city. I'd like to think that you and I are on the same page about our approach. I don't think the two of us will have much issue being down there. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's gonna suck, right? But I mean, most of what we do does, realistically, so, you know, just another day.
Yeah, you know, I've been meaning to ask, just from bits of conversation. I mean, you've mentioned some of the stuff that you've seen, you've been through. Care to share?
I mean, like, what specifically? Like, I lived a whole life before I met you. Like, what do you want to know about?
Well, we're going to the City of Pain. Tell me some things that you think would rival what we're gonna see there. If you don't mind.
Well, I mean, I did do some fighting and training in the demon wastes. That was a time. It was effective. But I mean, yeah, devils and demons, there's all kinds of monstrosities because, you know, evil comes in a lot of forms, you know, and they're usually gross and or horrifying and large and strong. You know, some combination of all those words.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Was there a time where you felt like you had to turn yourself off from maybe conflicting emotions?
I had to, no, but I did anyway, I suppose. I don't know, I mean, we always have a choice, right?
Right.
So like, I met Aventahala when I was like really young. Did I tell you that story? Like, I think Kayla knows it, but I don't remember if Nalfian got told it. Does Kayla remember at least?
Kayla remembers, but Nalf needs to know.
Okay, I mean, he will summarize that story again, just to save some time here. Yeah, and then, you know, after that, like, she wasn't as, like, not afraid, but she wasn't as hesitant to, like, kind of show herself. Not that, like, I saw her every day, but, you know, just in times when I was alone, just on occasion, she'd pop up and we'd talk. And, you know, about just, like, the future and things that were going to happen, because I had a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions. You know, and one time I was young, and this was a dumb thing. But yeah, I asked her if she could show me what the hells looked like. And she informed me that was a really bad idea, but I was like, well, if I'm going to go there anyway, I should kind of know what I'm getting into. Like, that seems fair, right?
Right.
And so I nagged her for, like, months. And she finally gave in, and, you know, she just placed a finger on my head and cast a spell of some kind, and oof, the things I saw. I didn't sleep for like 4 days after that. That was terrible. I don't think I even fell asleep when I finally did. I think I passed out.
Right.
But, you know, I wanted to know. And, like, looking back on it, I'm still glad I asked, even though at the time I was like, what the fuck, why would you do that? Even though I was the one who bothered her, because I was a stupid kid, you know?
Oh, well, knowledge is everything.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, yeah. I don't really know if I'm answering your question or not.
I think you have.
Oh, good.
I just want to go in knowing that if anyone needs the extra support, that they could find it in either of us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, it sucks, right? Because like, you feel like you're morally obligated to do like the right thing because like that's what you should do. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, if this was like our last stop and then we were dipping, I would be tempted to raise some hell.
Right.
But we have so much left to do, and we still don't even have the other 2 ways to protect ourselves, and it's like getting the whole city of pain involved. And let me tell you, when Evental Hollow warns you not to do something, you should really listen. Like, she does not give warnings idly. She's perfectly happy to let people learn from their own mistakes, usually. Right. So if she's saying we shouldn't fuck around here, we really shouldn't fuck around here.
I mean, if she's going out of her way to warn us, I think it'd be idiotic not to listen. I agree.
Yeah. So no, in terms of that, I mean, it's not going to be fun. It's going to suck, but yeah, no, I'll be fine.
All right. Good. I appreciate you sharing. Last thing, I'm gonna kind of make my rounds as we progress, just as things are getting a little bit more dangerous, I guess. Not that it's ever not been, but something that happened the other day just, I guess, spurred this on. Again, not planning on dying as a martyr, not planning on dying anytime soon. And if I was, you know, I wouldn't be dead for very long. I'd figure out a way. However,
Yorick kind of raises an eyebrow and like looks away at that, but just lets you keep talking.
If there comes an opportunity or a moment, or there is something where, hell, we even have a choice in the matter, which probably won't happen, I don't want anybody here sacrificing themselves for anything. If someone needs to take a hit or whatever it may be, I don't want it to be any of you. I need it to be me. And again, this isn't trying to be some bullshit martyr. This is just me being myself. I need you all to stay alive for this fight, for what we're doing, for what is right. And I need you to stay alive for Twig.
Why does it need to be you exactly? I feel like you skimmed over that part.
It doesn't have to be me. I'd just rather it not be you. Neither Lila, Eurydice, I'd rather it not be any of you.
Well, right, but I mean, obviously, I think everyone here would say the same thing, right?
Absolutely. That's...
What are you asking of me exactly? I think I missed the point.
I'm asking if I die...
Uh-huh.
Will you watch over everyone?
Yeah, you mean just still doing what we've been doing, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, of course I would. It's, yeah, but I mean, none of us are gonna die. We have each other's backs. And I mean, like, someone might die, but, you know, we can't think like that.
No. And like I said, if I die, I'm not gonna stay dead long. I'd crawl back from the fucking hell I come from and make it back. Or at least I'd try, but... I'm just saying... I don't trust many people on this world, Yorick. I don't know what we're walking into half the time. I just want to keep you all alive. And if something comes about where a choice needs to be made... And again, like you said, we'd all say the same shit. I don't want it to be either of you, any of you. But if I'm not here, I want someone I trust to be here. He puts his hand on Yorick's shoulder.
Alright, Nalfian and Yorick will reach up and put his hand on Nalfian's shoulder. You say you trust me? I mean, I see you like the brother I never had. I grew up with 6 sisters, by the way. And like...
Sisters, am I right?
I know. But, so, I mean, you trust what I say, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, need you to listen to this. If anyone's gonna make a sacrifice, it's certainly not gonna be you. You think I'm gonna let you play hero over me? Not a chance.
Oh, I fucking knew you were gonna say that. Why does no one listen to me when I say these things?
Yeah, because I think I think we get it. Besides, only logical choice would be me at that point anyway.
I disagree.
I mean, you've all known each other longer. I mean, it'd be easiest to get over my loss.
You think that?
I mean,
I don't think.
I think
if
it'd be
anybody
hard.
No, I think if anybody is to go, it would hurt immensely, no matter who it was.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm not taking it personally or nothing. I'm the newer guy here, but I'm just saying, like, if you died, Twig would be a mess for fucking ages. Ages. I'm not even gonna put a number on it. I'm saying I think she'd be sad if I was gone, like really sad, but it would not be the same as losing you.
I just feel better knowing that you all are here for her in case that does happen. That's it. I didn't want to make a big thing out of it by any means. It's
Sure.
just it bothered me when Lila stood next to me. I didn't want that for her. I was proud of her for willing to make that sacrifice, but you know.
I'm just saying it probably really bothered her too, seeing you up there, you know?
I fucking hate all of you. Nalfian just like shakes his head. He has a smile on his
What?
face.
You don't like philosophy?
No. I just
Huh.
appreciate it.
I thought you'd love philosophy, being a knight and all. Especially if you're going to reinvent what being a knight is. I mean, you're going to have to come up with your own rules and tenets and, like, start teaching people. I mean, yeah, I mean, changing how people think, like, that's huge.
Oh, working on it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I think we all are.
I appreciate it. Alright.
Look, I'm just saying. I get where you're coming from. I really do. And should the worst happen, I'll make sure everyone's safe and alright, right?
Alright.
But I'm just saying, you do some stupid shit and jump into trouble, I will crawl my way in there and drag your ass back out.
Me do something stupid?
And if you make me do
flattering.
that, I'm going to punch you. And I punch hard.
Yeah, I know. Alright.
We in agreement, bud?
We are in agreement.
Forearm, shake, into chest bump, into back pat.
Oh! We have a whole handshake now?
Hell
Absolutely.
yeah, of course they do. Of course they do.
Absolutely.
They never practiced it until now, but
Until
it just
right
felt
out
right.
and they nailed
Yeah,
it.
they
Because you know
nailed
what?
it.
It's just a guy thing.
They maxed their bond to 100 already because they fight side by side like Fire Emblem.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
After their bomb-ass handshake.
Mhm.
Nalfian would say, "Thank you, I appreciate it." And again, I apologize for just laying that out there. I think hearing what you and Lila both had to say was beneficial. But I will let you carry on with your flute playing. Sounds great.
Well, one thing before you go.
What's that?
I'm talking to everyone about this. I just needed time to, like, process and shit. And, like, yeah, when I got teleported away, yeah, I mean, and he'll just explain what happened very much like he did with Lila. Yeah, I know, right? Imagine how I feel.
How do you feel right now, looking back?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's hard, right? Because, like, you talk about, like, you know, how do you measure a life, right? Is it like you do a good deed, you get like a star, and you do a bad deed, you get a demerit, and just like, do you have more stars or demerits at the end of the day? And, like, I don't think that's really how it works, you know? I think, like, who you are at the end matters, not just like, oh man, like, you know, 2 minutes before you die, you're like, I really fucked up, and then you die, and it's like, oh, well, he's good now. But, like, I think you measure life by, like, true change. I mean, like, you know, if you were a shitty person for 20 years, but the last year you felt sincerely really bad, and, like, you tried to do as much good as you could before you eventually died. I mean, is that enough? I don't know, but it's admirable in a way, you know? And so, like, I think I'll always be mad at him. I don't know if I'll ever forgive him for what happened, but I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't acknowledge that he did the best he could at the end of it all. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles.
No, I understand. I think you're right. There was an effort. Can't ignore all the shit that was done, but there was an effort to be something different before it was all said and done. And personally, I value the shit out of that. But I guess the bigger question is, what does that do for you, Yorick? What are you gonna do with the piece of him that he's given you? I mean,
I don't.
You'll know when the time comes, but it's kind of a when is the right time?
Well, yeah, it's also hard because, I mean, I don't know what it does. And it's not like I can crack it a little and test that. So, I mean, hopefully I pick my moment well.
I think you will. I mean,
thanks.
I trusted you to know. For what that's worth.
I just wonder, like, why me, right? Because, like, I mean, when I was a kid, and I don't think it worked because I don't think that's how this idea works, but, like, I used to pray to Azrio, just, like, wanting to know why, you know? Now I got a sincere gratitude, more of like a, hey, fucker, you know, type, like, calling him out. Because, again, I was a stupid kid. But, you know, it's, I don't know, just, like, I've been annoyed at what he's done for so long. You know, not annoyed, I've been angry for so long. And it's just like, am I the first person to come by that, you know, he's felt a connection or someone who he thought could help right his wrongs that, you know, I just wonder. And I'll never know now. And I suppose it's not important, but I can't help but wonder anyway, you know?
I understand, and I mean, I think this goes back to, at least for me, when you and Twig had that conversation about fate, right? Do I believe in all that? Not necessarily. However, I do believe we write our own stories. And I do believe that, you know, there are things, forces that happen for whatever reason it may be. You just gotta figure out your reason, but sometimes, which I'm still learning myself, there isn't a concrete reason for something. It just is. And we have to be the ones to define it. Right? Like this whole night thing. Why me? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I the first knight of House Forrester? Fuck if I know. But I'm gonna define what it means. Why were you trusted with... hell, a seed of a god essence? I don't even know what to call it. I don't know. But when the time comes, you'll know the reason why. I trust you with it.
No, I appreciate that. I don't know, I know I don't look it, but I think I think too much on things, you know?
Yeah, it's dangerous.
I know.
You get lost
makes
up
my head
there.
hurt. Yeah.
Telling you. One day at a time. How about we both agree to live with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Alright. Because I think too much too.
By the way, under your cot, there's a loose floorboard. A little bit of a drink down there for you. He'll just wink. Just don't let anyone see.
Nah, I will not. Thanks.
Anytime, man.
Same goes for you. And they will forearm shake. Again!
Into chest bump, into back.
So funny. One last thing, Joe, sorry. Then I'll be done. Now just gonna, like, grab some blankets. Grab some pillows. He's gonna, like... I assume Twig is probably asleep by this point, but he's gonna, like, nudge her awake.
my god.
You know what? Then he won't. He'll go to bed.
Bye.
Now he'll wake her up. I don't know, is she asleep?
I don't know, how late is it? I
There is no time here, bitch.
Well... I mean...
No, it's not really that late. It's everybody was getting ready for bed during the Lila and Zevran convo, and then Yorick and Alfian took maybe 20 minutes. So, you know, it's not super late.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. She could be up. Just
Retrospective.
with this.
Okay.
I give you this.
Thank you. I'll remember this the next time he wakes her up. Hey. Can I borrow you?
Of course.
Great. Bring your cards and a pillow as well.
Instant smile. She's grabbing all their cards. Besides the one, I guess, that she would have blended. But yes, she's ready.
Alright. We are going to sleep on the deck under the stars tonight, and we're gonna play a bunch of Kingdoms and Castles until we can't possibly play anymore. Sound like a
kind
plan?
of like squint eye at him.
He raises his hands.
You're not gonna be trying to ask more questions or anything, right?
Not tonight. Maybe later,
Right.
but not tonight.
Wait. Oh,
Maybe I'll ask one. What? Okay, not
One.
tonight. One? Aye, alright.
wait.
Okay, yeah, you said it. Alright, hold on, let me, he kind of like goes through, he's like, inside his notebook, he has like a bunch of pieces of parchment just kind of haphazardly sticking out. Let me find the right one. Alright. Actually here. Like, set up like a little spot on the deck. It's kind of like really, like, as far away as we can from everybody else. So, a couple little blankets and pillows and stuff, and have the cards in the middle, and he'll sit down. Alright. Kayla looks at her questions. Do you want an easy question
To sweat.
or a hard question?
I feel like it's a cop-out to say easy, but I really want to say easy.
Do you really want to say easy?
Fine, a hard one.
Nope, you said easy. Alright. So... Hold on, I have to pull my notes up. I can't find them. Okay. Hard it is. If you could do one thing without consequence, what would it be?
Yeah, you know,
Don't think too hard about it.
I don't know if I have an answer for it. I feel like I wouldn't want to do anything that has negative consequences, I feel like, as you're supposing.
Alright. He has like a smile on his face, and he's just writing. Alright, well, that was a pretty easy one, then I get to ask one more. To you, what is the most beautiful thing in the world?
So just sit back and think for a bit.
I know this was two. But I like this question.
There was this little break, I suppose, in the tree line back in Sandpoint. And I don't know, I guess the way that the sun would just filter through the leaves. And there was this little creek that would run just below it. And so the light would all bounce and glisten off it. I like that spot. I think that's the most beautiful thing.
I like your answer. It's a great answer. And he just kind of finished writing it down. Alright. Are you ready? To lose for once in your life. I mean,
Twig's just looking at him like, you can't be serious, right? You know.
no, I'm very serious in this moment. I would like to actually roll to see if Nalfin can win, please. Tell me what I roll, Joseph.
What?
Bitch, what do I win? What do I roll to win Kingdoms and Castles? Come on.
So for Kingdoms and Castles, it's 3 rolls, three
Okay.
consecutive rolls.
I want to use my new Nalfin dice, so.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna use any of my bonuses. I'm just gonna do a straight roll.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind to you, I suppose.
Okay. Okay.
All right. The cards wouldn't, or the glasses wouldn't work on Nalfian anyway.
I still have a +8, so you know.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Are you ready?
Yeah. So first roll, Nalfian is either a Wisdom or an Intelligence check, either or.
Oh my god, are you serious? Wow, okay, well, both of those are +0 for me. So, alright.
You did this to yourself. I don't know why you sound like you're complaining.
Hey, I forgot that they were wisdom. I can't,
How
like.
did you
flip
forget?
What do you want, Dex? Sleight of hander?
some- no, he's not gonna cheat. It's just, you know, alright, let's roll. It's an 8 for my first roll. What's your first roll?
That was 25.
Okay.
Alright, I can always make a comeback here, Nalfian, alright.
Okay. So, Nalfian, because of how strong she set herself up in the first round, she's going into the second round with advantage. Yours is just a straight roll.
Okay.
You asked for this.
You lost by 10 or more.
Not even joking. I'll take a picture. That's a natural fucking 20.
Oh.
On the new
It's
dice.
funny because that first roll wasn't fun. Oh my god, and then a 2. Jesus. Okay.
Oh,
so
the
that's a 10.
comeback. The comeback.
Okay.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
my
what was
god.
that? Lady Forrester, I'm sorry,
Please
do you see
throwing.
these cards?
Alrighty. The rules of rock, paper, scissors dictate this is anybody's game. So, with that, we go into the final round. Nalfian, because you rolled a natural 20, you go into this final round with advantage. Yep.
I'm gonna scream if Nalfian beats me.
Okay, first roll is 16. Second roll was a 7. 16.
That's 24.
Okay. Twig, you were sweating for a little bit. It looked like he was about to win.
No, she totally gave it to him. Don't even worry about it.
Wow, that sounds like that someone sweat a little bit. Yeah,
But-
Nalfian got really cocky and really excited for a second, but then probably misplaced a card where he probably should have held on to it.
And sadly, as the final cards fall, Nalfian, you realize that you have lost Kingdoms and Castles. Again.
Okay, but did you see how I almost won at one point? That was pretty good.
I would say that's probably the best match you've ever played.
Thank you. I'm getting better. Alright,
I
before the
think
next
you did
game.
Practice.
Yeah, I did say all night, didn't I? But before that, I do want to talk about City of Pain stuff quickly. I won't bug you too much. Alright?
Alright.
Alright, come here. And he's gonna, like, offer to, like, he just, like, wants to give her a hug as he's talking about this stuff. And just kind of, as fatherly as he can, just kind of hold on to her. I don't know what we're gonna see down there. You are 15. But you have seen and experienced way more than a lot of 15-year-olds have. You are practically an adult. I know sometimes I don't... Regardless. We have to be strong. We have to be able to take Aventahala's words. And if there's something that pulls on us to act, we have to know that we cannot. Because if we do, it could jeopardize everything else that we are trying to do, which includes saving Emerald, saving time, the realms, everyone and everything. Probably isn't going to be very pretty, and it's probably going to make you, myself, everyone here feel a certain way. I just want to make sure you feel as though you are ready for that.
I mean, I don't know if it's really a thing that you can be ready for. But I also feel like I haven't been ready for a lot of the things that have happened already. And so I don't know, I guess I've just I have, and I want to trust more that just, well, with everything, that things are gonna turn out alright. I guess thanks to everyone that is here. So I'm not ready for the city. I wish we didn't have to go there. It sounds like a terrible idea in any other kind of context, but if it's gonna help us get back Emerald, if it's gonna help with everything that's been happening, then I don't really think it's right or even possible to wait for things, for us to be ready for it.
I think you are right. All of us, we haven't really ever been prepared to tackle any of these things. Come out pretty alright on the other side. For the most part. I'm very proud of you. Unfortunately, I think I am. But this new path, I feel as though it is going to be a big challenge. I mean, like you said, no one's ever really ready for anything. Oh well, who knows? Maybe I'm worried for nothing. We'll walk in and it'll be a lovely walk in the park.
I highly doubt that.
I just wanted you to know that I'm here for you, whatever you may need.
Right.
Alright. Well, then let's not dwell on it. I think you are proved that you are a very worthy warrior, and you can handle anything. Look at what you've done so far. Right?
Right, no, yeah, I just... Is there a reason for all this? I mean, you say that you're ready, but then you're checking in so much, and, well, all this conversation too, it doesn't seem like you are ready. I don't know if you're just saying that because you feel you must say that.
No, the problem is, Twig, I know how to shut things off. I'm not proud that I can do that as easily as I can. But it's a side of myself that I didn't really want to have to go back into.
But that's exactly why I'm not convinced you are ready. I mean, I know you've already obviously been through a lot, had to shut off a lot, like you've said. I'm not too convinced that makes you more ready for it. And I don't know if it makes it worse than having to return to that mentality.
Maybe that is why I've been having particular conversations. Like you said,
About what?
well, just conversations with Yorick and Lila, and I'm gonna talk to Eurydice about this as well, that if something was to ever, happen to me, that there would be someone always there, just to keep an eye out for you. I didn't want anyone to make any sacrifices they didn't feel like they needed to. I would make that sacrifice for them. I don't want to lose any of you, obviously, and I'm not saying that that's going to happen anytime soon.
You know, I didn't like it in the City of Life when you stepped forward. And I don't like that you're talking about it now as well. I think I understand what you're trying to say, but it's selfish, Nalfian. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. I don't want you to go anywhere.
Like, I'm not going anywhere. I promise. I told you that. I made that promise to you a long time ago.
But then you do things like that, you say things like that, where you need to be the one that sacrifices, and it's selfish.
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I'm not trying to be selfish. I'm trying to think of you.
I know, and I appreciate it. I guess in some way I appreciate that you don't want anything to happen to me, you don't want anything to happen to anyone else, but we all want that too. I don't want you to go anywhere. I don't want anything to happen to you. And if you're the only one that's gonna sacrifice yourself in that way, it's only thinking about how you think about it. You care about everyone here, and so you don't want anything bad to happen. And so then, if you're the one doing the sacrificing, then that's not gonna happen, but it's still true for the reverse. You just leave everyone else with that feeling.
I didn't. Yeah. I'm sorry. Wasn't my intention. But I understand. I don't know where this path is leading. And I think you've said it many times that you can't really be prepared for it. And I think I was thinking a little too hard and trying to prepare for something that I have no idea would even happen or would come to. And I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't mean to upset anybody. And I certainly didn't mean to make a selfish decision like that.
sorry. I don't like it when you talk about it like that. You say it, and then it's like it's putting it out there.
Hey,
Once it's out there, it makes it a possibility. Fate will listen to what you have to say. And if you keep saying it, it will keep steering you in that direction.
Alright, sweet girl, listen. I said this earlier, but we are writing our own stories now. I won't say it anymore. I won't even put it out there. I won't think it. I won't ask these questions of anybody. I promise. I'm not going anywhere. I told you that. And I don't say things unless I mean them. Alright?
She'll just be nodding, but you can tell she started crying.
He's gonna just kind of like pull her in for a hug. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean... I didn't mean to upset you. Look, it's okay. We are good where we're at. We're in the Astral Sea. We are going to save Emerald. We have so many big plans ahead of us. We're gonna save Hosden's Hollow. We're gonna stop the Dark One. And I'm gonna be here every step of the way.
Right, because no one's going anywhere.
Absolutely not. And we're all gonna make sure of that. I've talked to Yorick and Lila today, and they both agree. They basically told me the same thing. You know, we're all going to look out for each other, and I'm sure Eurydice would say the exact same. Blossom too, everyone here. We have each other's backs. No matter what happens, we are going to make sure we all get out of here in one piece. Okay? So, why don't we? He's gonna kind of like wipe the tears from her eyes. I just beat you in Kingdom and Castle, and I think that'll make everything better. So we're already defining fate here, right? Like, I could possibly win. I almost won.
I mean, you could win, I suppose, if I get a really bad hand, but
Alright!
I don't know. I think
Let's
I've
try.
looked at things enough where I think I could overcome most hands I've drawn, although I guess there's a lot of possibilities there. So-
I will be that one in a million possibility right here, right now.
Well, I suppose we'll see about that.
He will whip out his cards.
Yeah, we will see about that. Nalfian, Twig,
Oh shit, yeah?
wisdom or
Alright.
intelligence checks.
Doesn't fucking matter. Alright, here we go.
Got 20.
3.
38.
That's a 3. A straight 3. Round 2?
3.
18?
Okay. Nalfian, it's up to you.
I'm not cheating.
No, I was gonna say
Okay.
you could scoop and ask for a rematch because it's not looking good.
No, do that whole thing, like, where it's just, like, all the cards obviously being laid out, and you just, like, you know, aggressively whoosh them, like, oh no!
Oh
like,
my god,
my
wait,
shit
hold
off
on,
the
I
Astral
have
Sea
it.
knocked me over.
Alfian, looking at his hand, knowing he's going to lose. He's going to say, oh my goodness, have you seen a star that looks like that over there right behind you?
Week's concentration, unbroken.
Twig, you're supposed to look away at that star that's over there. Wow, it's so bright, and you're not
Well,
looking.
I believe, as a first knight, you're meant to be honorable and truthful, especially to your lady.
And she'll smirk.
Oh!
Shitting grin from Nalfian.
Ah, That's right there. You see that under your nose? That is my fault. And he puts his cards down. Yeah, I lose. And we will continue throughout the night of nothing getting
never
so
win.
close and never winning.
Yeah, I imagine Twig purposely does like bad plays just to see how well she can get herself out of them, you know?
That's bullshit.
Just dancing circles around Alfie at this point.
Amazing. Alrighty. So, with that, you continue to play Kingdoms and Castles throughout the night until eventually you two do fall asleep. Night. Rest finds all of you peacefully, and eventually you do wake up after a long rest, ready for your final day of travel before your arrival at the City of Pain. Now, is there anything you wanted to do on this final day of travel before getting to the City of Pain?
Efren still wants to talk to all of us, right?
Correct.
Let's talk to him.
Yeah, I have nothing else. So.
Oh,
I mean, I could do it later, but I feel like I'll just do it. Yeah, I'll do it now. Why not?
do it now.
Big would like to talk to Kaylin because they're the one from Medicinal Law, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Have a little talk close.
Okay, so you can see that she is currently below deck with Phelan as they're going over the specifications of her bow and the arrows.
I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting anything here, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course not.
Phelan, is there anything else you need from me before? And you can see he says,
No, I think I've got it from here. Please, do what you wish. I'll make your weapon.
thanks. And she turns back to you, Twig.
Yeah, so there was something you wanted to talk about?
Right. I just... Well, obviously you're from Isnalor. At least where from. I guess it's been a while. And I obviously meant what I said, that the forest is still mostly there. But I thought you deserve to know why it's only mostly. Because, well, there's been corruption happening at the south of the land, or I guess just where it is. Part of it was more directly, I suppose, from the Dark One. But I feel like a lot of that's been rid, at least the creature that was, well, spawning creatures there. But to the northwest, I suppose, of where the forest lies, and what's Hazard's Hollow, what's meant to be, I guess, the seat of the forest in the land now. It's facing a worse corruption, and it's killing. It has killed a lot of the forest there. And, well, once we return from the Astral Sea, pretty soon after, I suppose, we are going to try and fix what happened there to cleanse it. And, well, I know that obviously it's going to be a long time since you've been to the material plane, and it's your home too. And not many people can call that place their home anymore. And, well, I didn't know if you'd be interested in helping?
You can see she smiles at that, and she says, well, if I'm being entirely honest, it was something that I thought about. Of course, I have my duty and my allegiances to the Hidden Flame, and I don't want to forsake any of that. But it seems as though if my home is under attack, well, our home is under attack, then I know where I need to go then. Thank you for sharing this with me, and Lady Forrester, you can count on me and any of my allies that may still exist within Isinalor. I can't promise you how many that may be. It might just be me, but I never knew Kaivan personally. He was more of a living legend when I was living there. But he did a lot of good for my people. After all, it was his seed that created the forest that we called home. So, it's the least I can do to help you take back your home, since he's the one who gave us ours.
Right. And well, there are still... It's a Ladrin down there, right? There are Ladrin?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah. There are still a Ladrin that are in Isinalor. I don't know if they're connected, I suppose, to the same community you were, but people are still there, I guess, in the more southern parts of it. So, hopefully it'd be at least a start to get you reconnected to things as well.
Alright. That would be very nice, actually. Well then, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate any help I can get.
I'm sure. Seems like there's a lot of weight on all of your shoulders, so I'm happy to do anything I can to help.
Right. Thank you. I'm sorry to take you away from your work or whatever you were doing with the bow.
No. Just trying to tell Phelan how I like it, so that way he knows, and that way he can make the bow right. Because I'm very picky about the weapons I fight with.
Right. Well, I hope that all goes well.
I do too. Alright, well, good luck in the City of Pain. From what I've overheard, it doesn't seem very welcoming. So, good luck. And stay safe out there.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
She'll just make way, I guess, if we're having a talk with Ephron as well.
Mm-hmm.
Group up.
Alright. Group up, dude. Okay. So, with that, everybody heads then towards Ephron to hear what he had to say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty. Very cool. So, you all head to the where Ephron is, located at the sort of central position of the ship. And as all of you approach, he'll begin to speak and say, I'm very glad that all of you came to speak with me before you went into the City of Pain. I know that going in there is going to be dangerous. There was a location in my timeline that was connected to the Nine Hells and the Abyss as well. It took on a different shape and a different name, but I'm sure some of the customs may be the same. So I'm letting you know now, there's only one place where we can dock at, being outsiders. And they typically do not let individuals in that they don't think can handle the interior of the city. So, when we land and when you leave, you may have to fight your way into the city, but as soon as you get into the gates, no one should bother you then, unless you do what your friend, Aventahala, said, and steal something that doesn't belong to you, or try and free some of the trapped individuals that are there. Remember, your purpose is to talk to this bottom feeder and find out whatever information or device he has to help you on your journey. So, you will have to fight to get into the city, but as soon as you pass through the threshold of the gates, you should be free to traverse as you see fit. Stay together, though. Do not split up. If you are alone by yourselves walking throughout the streets, there'll be no one there to make sure you don't get taken.
Well, I think we're all on the same page on how we approach this then.
Yeah, straightforward enough.
Alright.
Alrighty. So with that, he will nod and say,
Well then, we're maybe only a few hours out, so make sure you have all your belongings, your weapons, your armor, and we'll be waiting for you in the same place that we drop you off when you go to leave. So just be mindful of that, and be careful while you're in there.
Yeah, I'll leave it to us.
okay. Alrighty. So, with that, all of you do that, collect your things, gather your weapons and armor. This is your last chance. Is there anything anybody else would like to do before heading into the City of Pain?
Nope.
Without way. No.
Bring on the pain.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna ask a meta question here.
Yeah.
I mean, when we get to the City of Pain, Joe, is the session over? Because that seems like a good stopping point. Because I mean, if we're gonna stop, yeah, I'll do some. If we're not, now let's keep going.
So just in all honesty, as soon as you get into the City of Pain, there's a rather excruciatingly long combat. So we probably will end when you guys get there, because the combat will probably take like 2 hours.
Holy Jesus.
Well,
Well, yeah, because once you get into the city, you're free willy. You know, you're good to go. Like you're
Free Willy.
you're rocking out with your cock out. You know, like you're good to
Well,
go.
yeah, I could come up with stuff to do.
Lamel, let's just
yeah.
keep going for another 2 hours, but we're still at this. This is hijacking. Come to the jar.
I mean, legitimately, I have one thing I was debating about when to do. So I mean, yeah, like I can do that now.
Okay. All right. Cool. So
Cool.
what I will say though is, as you enter into the second, sorry, this is just something I was testing testing the waters before I went any further. So I will say that as you are getting closer and closer, there is a definite shift once again, from where things were to where they are now. The temperature on this day has increased again. Another sharp increase. Now, instead of being 80, it is incredibly uncomfortable and incredibly hot, sitting right at about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 37, 38 degrees Celsius. It is painful, to say the least, to be outside. Not so much where there's exhaustion or rolls to be made, but it is just gross to be anywhere near this place. As all of you are getting closer and closer, and you can start to hear the echoes of the City of Pain as you approach. So I'm going to go ahead and do There you go.
Like the beat?
Yeah. Okay. So the heat intensifying, you can even start to see visions of this dusty city covered in ash and flame beginning to approach on the outskirts. So I'll go ahead and pull you here, as this is what you see as you are beginning to approach. So that is the backdrop to your slow approach to the city of Pain, Yorick, as you are sailing towards it. What do you want to do?
Ooh. He's actually gonna go find Twig.
Oh, okay.
It's me. Hi.
Hi, Twig. And what's Twig doing as we're nearing the city of Pain?
I mean, considering, you know, it is on the hotter side of things, I imagine Twig's trying really hard to not psych herself out, and so she's probably, you know, just sitting somewhere, not even above deck, because she doesn't want to look at the city, so she's gonna be below deck, probably like in one of the hammocks, and she's just gonna have, like, some of her cards fanned out, so she can fan herself a little bit, you know?
By the way, Joe, as a tiefling, is Yorick handling the heat just like a little better, or is it just as uncomfortable for him?
No, definitely a little better.
Okay. So Yorick will walk down, he'll see that, and he'll just be like, I don't think they designed the cards with that in mind.
Well, no. But I feel like it's the best I've got.
That's fair. How's this? And he just waves his hand back and forth to give you more air. That better?
That's effective, I feel.
I tried. You alright?
I mean, I suppose so. I'm not entirely thrilled to be here.
I wouldn't say any of us are thrilled in your defense.
Right, yeah, exactly. So I guess fine considering circumstance.
Sure. Well, you've handled plenty of tough things, you know. You'll be fine.
Right.
I'm not worried about you.
Right.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about a few things. Get your insight on some stuff.
Okay, I can give insight.
Is she still like laying in the hammock, or is she like standing or
No,
sitting now? Or okay.
She'd obviously realizing there's gonna be conversation. She'd sit up in the little hammock.
Alright. Yorick will pull out the Empyrean's judgment and hand it to Twig. And then we'll go on to...
That's the Azure stone, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll go on to, for the second time tonight, to explain what happened again.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it was wild.
I guess it makes a little more sense about why it was only you that disappeared then.
I suppose. But he'll reach his hand back out to take it back.
Yeah, she'll get it back.
So I was curious. We've talked about, you know, fate before.
Right.
So, I mean, your opinion, and I know you're not familiar with, like, all the history, but I think you know enough of it. I mean, a lot of bad things happened in Azrael's name that he let go on, but at the end, you know, he recognized that what he did was bad. You know, basically destroyed the Emperor, the Council, and himself in the process. And also ended his own existence, for lack of a better word. It wasn't really a life anymore, I suppose. To give us this, so that we can work to stop the Dark One. So, in your opinion, Does he have more good or bad fate on him? Or had?
I'll say, just as she's saying this, she's very much just staring intently at Yorick's face, just to kind of monitor any offense, I suppose, that he was having. Like, just...
Oh, she's learned. She's learned.
Yeah, given the last, like, conversations they've had about it, she will be trying to avoid it.
I will also say, just real quick before you answer, like, not that Twig probably doesn't even suspect anything, but also, like, Twig can tell Yorick's not asking this with, like, a gotcha, bitch, like, in mind. It's like he's genuinely curious, like, hey, you say you know this stuff. How do you see this? He's also not giving any real weight into fate still, but he's curious as to what you think. It's a weird conversation.
Right. I think it's obviously complicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with someone like Azriel. I think he's done a lot of bad, and clearly it's led him to a very bad place. Just given the fact that he's well, no longer around, that he's had to have sacrificed himself in the way that he has. But I suppose at the same time, if he's truly, I guess, recognized in the end, like you were saying, that what was happening was bad, that he was the cause of it, the root of it, and, well, did what he did to the Emperor and the Council, I suppose it's still good that he had some life beyond that, right? That fate gave him another chance. That you ended up coming across him. That he was able to reach out to you. And maybe it's not him directly that's benefiting, but the fact that he's got another chance to do good through that crystal, I suppose. I don't know if that's really answering your question, but it seems like his recognition has at least allowed him a second chance.
York nods like he's following what you're saying. If I'm misquoting you, my bad. But I mean, you told me once that I had bad fate, but it wasn't because I did anything wrong. It was because my ancestors did something wrong and I inherited that bad fate. But I was doing good, so I had good fate and I was being rewarded for that, right? Like, you said something like that, right? Generally?
In some way, your actions, your fate will affect other people naturally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's necessarily a mark against you, more so one that's affected you.
So, I mean, when someone dies, it's not like their fate transfers to someone else. Like, it's just kind of an each their own type thing, you would say?
I mean, I don't know, but I feel like it's meant to be a measure of a person, right?
Don't ask me, I'm asking you.
Oh, well, at least that's what I feel like it is. I don't mean to not give concrete answers, I suppose. I don't think there are concrete answers to give.
Interesting. So in your opinion, what about someone like Parido? I mean, Champion of the Light, served faithfully for many, many years from what I heard. I mean, even the Hidden Flame were astounded that someone like him served the Dark One. You know, just... I don't know, just how do you think fate measures just the good versus the bad in the total of everything you've done, you know? Because we've all done good and bad, you know? Parido's a bit of an extreme example, but we've all made mistakes. We've all hurt people without meaning to. Maybe even with meaning to sometimes.
I feel like it's less of a case of being placed in one pile of good or bad, though. I feel like, it's more like it's more like a leaf going onto a stream. It can't necessarily choose which or where it goes, but where it goes also depends on where it flows to. It's not necessarily cumulative of all the water that's come before it, but more so that moment. Not just in its singularity, but what's been around it. I don't think there's any tallies or marks or anything like that. Like I said, I think it's more complicated than that. Fate can change. Fate can shift. It's not set or certain ever.
Interesting. Do you believe fate works through people a lot of times? Or just does its own thing?
I suppose it would act through people in some way. I mean, it's able to affect them, and so I suppose it means it can then push people certain ways, which in turns pushes them to act certain ways in turn.
At the end of it all, he was alone, you know? Azrael, I mean, I don't know, but I might have been the first person he talked to in years, potentially. And in that moment, I just felt like... I don't know, I didn't want, hate to beat me, you know? And so I offered him a kindness, but... should I have? After everything that happened? Was that fate working through me to give him the best ending that I could give him? Or was that a completely free choice of mine, you know?
Well, I think there was a reason why you were able to come across him in the first place. That he was still there, that we happened to be in the astral. But fate didn't make the decision for you to be there. And you say he was alone at the end, but you also said you were there at the end. And now whatever part of him is left is right there too. And she'll just kind of gesture where the crystal is. I think it was the right choice. I I think it's a good choice if, you know, Azrael has done all the things he's done. For him to be allowed to do something good, then. Even if it's not him directly, but his power, his influence. I can only trust that if you have it, that it will be used for good. So, I don't know if there's necessarily a right or wrong to it, but it suddenly feels like it was the good decision.
Have you ever hated anyone, Twig?
I mean, I
Hate.
certainly don't think on the same level as you and Azrael.
No, I don't mean it that way, but just, have you ever hated anyone? Have you ever disliked someone so much that you hoped bad things happened to them?
Well, no, I don't think it's generally a good idea to try and wish bad things against people. I think having those kinds of thoughts have a habit of then coming back round. Not to say I've enjoyed everyone's company. I mean, I'm not even sure about the Oracle still.
Oh, really? Why not? She seems to mind herself well enough.
Well, maybe, but just what she said that she wants to do with those strings once we're done with them. Like I said, I generally don't think it's too good an idea to directly wish malice and hate against someone.
What about the
Well,
Dark One? Do you hate him?
I hate what he's doing.
Is there a difference?
I don't know.
He's...
But whatever it is, it's not right. If everything ends, then it is everything. I feel like fate is included in that number. There's nothing to be, then there's nothing that can be. What he wants is wrong.
I think your time as Lady of House Forrester is going to be very interesting. I'm very excited to see what you do.
You mean that in a good or bad way?
Good. I think having leaders who value life, even in those of their enemies, is not a bad thing. There will be times when you'll have to ignore that, though. If you're lucky, maybe it won't be in your lifetime, but conflict always comes sooner or later.
Right. I mean, I feel like there's already been a lot of conflict, right?
Sure, but you know, I mean, the Dark One wants to kill everyone, right? So in a weird way, in a really weird way, it's not personal. But again, when you're leading your own house, there might be times when someone makes it very personal to you, where they want to take everything they have because they hate you or they're jealous of you or just think you don't deserve it. I don't say this to scare you, Twig. I'm just saying not everyone thinks like you do.
Well, I mean, I know that. I already know that there's people out there that I suppose are less enthused with the idea that I'm gonna be the one to lead the house. I don't know if I can blame them, though. But I don't think people that have the interests of greed, or whatever it may be, I don't think they get rewarded at the end. I think during Dupree, he had Dragon's Bay. He obviously wanted more. He expanded south, and all of that wasn't built to last. It fell, it collapsed upon itself, and I feel eventually it'll get back to normal, to something stable. Hopefully things in Hazard's Hollow can help that too. But I think that will that go in with the bad intentions like that? I think that's why Fate's around in the first place. To make sure it gets corrected.
I'd say like Yorick hasn't been like dismissive, but I mean he's looked very pensive. Like he's clearly been taking every word very seriously, and you can't really get a read on like how he's been swayed by anything you say. But that's the first time that he's like, you know, just kind of cracked a smirk or a smile at what you said. Like I said, very excited to see what you do.
Right.
Rick just has no idea how the fuck to take any of this.
Perfect. Yorick's an enigma once again.
He has layers.
Yeah. He pushes off from the wall from where he was. You've given me a lot to think about, and I always appreciate that. Thank you for being honest in your responses.
Right, but like, I didn't say anything that upset you, did I?
No?
Right.
Why, did I misunderstand something?
No,
What'd you say? And then he just cracks a smile. Got ya.
I don't want to, I don't mean to upset you if I do, when I do. That's all.
Like, we're friends, right?
I like to think so.
Perfect, so we are, because I think so and you think so, so that's really, we don't need anyone else's opinion. That's the best part about friendship. Anyway, like, the best thing is, like, really good friends, like, they still like each other even when they disagree, because they can do it respectfully, you know? On certain topics, at least. And this is one of these topics where I think we can respectfully disagree.
Oh, right.
And again, I'm not saying that what you said was wrong. I just like to have stuff to think about, because, who knows? Maybe one of these days you'll win me over.
What exactly is it that you disagree with, then?
Oh.
I know you don't believe in any of it in general, but I suppose what specifically?
No, I mean, it's really just this whole idea of fate. I just really can't wrap my head around it. I know you said that that's the part you knew, but it really just begins and ends with that, Twig. And I know it's not what you want to hear. It just is, you know.
Right.
I don't know, just... You know, Ilka's been around a long time, and I think we're still just trying to figure things out. And maybe different answers for different people isn't so bad, you know? Maybe whatever you believe that helps you be the best you, maybe that's okay. Maybe I'm the most wrong person on Ilka. I could be. I hope not. But I could be.
I don't think that'd be true.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But you understand what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Well, I know we're going to be docking and apparently getting into a scuffle here soon, but don't tell anyone, but I got you something. Well, I got you all something, but, and he'll reach into his bag and he'll pull out, it's a very simply wrapped thing. It just, like, fits in his hand, and it just has, like, your typical, like, brown paper, and it's just tied in a little string on top. Like, it's not nice wrapping by any means. And he'll just very kind of lightly toss it to her, so clearly it's not fragile. Not too fragile, at least.
Can I open it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to. I was going to wait till, like, we all got to the city of Yule, because that just felt appropriate, but I just don't think I can wait that long anymore. I'm too excited, you know? But yeah, if you want to wait to open it, that's fine.
Yes or no?
But yeah, if you want to, you go right ahead. I'm fine either way.
Yeah, okay, she'll open it.
So yeah, Twig will immediately recognize the craftsmanship of when she and York had their apology tour with one another. And she will see a solid emerald just carving of Twig. And it shows her standing there with her crossbow and just, like, very fine detail work with, like, you know, her forester garb that she's... Has she still been wearing that recently, or did she take it off, like, post-tournament? I never really asked.
I mean, I feel like she never had, like, garb as such.
She had something, right? It was like a brooch. Like, I'm trying to remember what it was that she got made for that.
Yeah, she has like a little clasp that she had made in Hearthcrest that just secures like her little cape. So she still has that. And you know, she's always been wearing green, so wrapping all along.
But yeah, so I'd say it's probably in like nicer, almost more kind of like noble attire. Like, this is like what Twig would look up like when she takes like leadership of the house, in like Yorick's mind at least. You know, a little more forester garb, some vine tree insignias and stuff like that. And there's a little note attached with an arrow that just says, look at the bottom. And when she flips around to look at the base, she sees a little carved message in there. And it just says, do what is right. Good things will come. And then Yorick signed his name at the bottom.
Yeah, she'll obviously be looking over, but then she'll get up and she'll just give Yorick a hug.
And he'll hug her back.
Does this mean you made one of everyone?
But yeah.
Did you make one of yourself? Can I see that one at least?
That seemed self-centered. I did not make one of myself.
I think you should. Otherwise, it's like you're not with us.
Oh. Alright, well... Who's gonna pick the quote, though? I can't give a quote to myself. That really seems self-indulgent.
I don't know. Just... something you'd want to say to yourself?
Alright, well... At least pick a gemstone. I need to go shopping when we get back to the material plane. You got any recommendations?
I'm just trying to think.
Okay, I was like, that was a question.
I
I know it was a question. That's why I'm thinking, Ryan.
All right, sorry. I thought you misheard.
It was just like you're a green tiefling, but Twigs is obviously green.
What about Ruby?
A red? Yeah, I could see that. All right. Well, I'll show it to you when I'm done, but remember, he just puts a finger to his lips and kind of motions to where everyone else is, like, don't fucking say nothing.
Right. And even though zips don't exist, you're doing the zipping motion.
Yeah. he just smiles and pats her on the shoulder. Want to head up?
Suppose we have to at some point.
I mean, you could stay here, but I know you won't.
I won't.
Alrighty. So with that, as the two of you head upstairs, the rest of the party collected up above the deck. As all of you approach the City of Pain, you can see it come much more clear. As you can see, the only spot there is to dock. You can see there is a long bridge that connects to an open gate, but along that bridge, it is just populated with so many different types of fiends, demons, and devils that are currently gnashing at the bit, fighting each other, and turning to the ship that is currently landing. As all of you get ready to jump off the ship onto the rock in front of the bridge, Zevran accompanies you, and Ephron waits patiently by the gate for all of you to return. But on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end our session. So thank you for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed. Please make sure that... yeah, we are almost at Bowser's Castle. They just got to get through. They got to get through. They got to get to the other bridge, and they got to turn off the bridge, and then let all the enemies fall into the endless pools of fire below them. So
We all need carts or bikes.
that's true. Yeah.
Designing
Bikes.
that.
Don't we just gotta throw barrels at them?
Oh,
That's-
that
We
would work.
jump over those.
That's Donkey Kong. Also.
That is Donkey Kong.
We just need stars. We have stars.
I think we've got a couple of stars here.
Yeah.
We gotta
You
get
do-
Chris Pratt.
Hey, it's me, Mario. Okay.
Here we come. The movie looks really good, though. I'm really excited.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Like I said, typically Isles is streamed on Saturdays, but since tomorrow is New Year's Eve, we decided to stream today. So catch us next Saturday for the continuation into their adventure into the City of Pain, the city connected to the Nine Hells and the Abyss within the Astral Sea. Or tune in next Tuesday for the continuation of the adventures of the Salamander Coast, or tune in next Wednesday for the first ever live streamed episode of Everend. It's going to be so exciting and so much fun.
Yeah.
Just doing it live. So thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed, and we will see ya next time.
We did it.